Okay, the hour of 6 o'clock is upon us, so we're going to go ahead and begin our regularly scheduled city council meeting for this evening. So we will begin with an invocation offered by Pastor David Moody of Christ Community Church, EPC. If you'd please come forward, and if everyone would please stand for the prayer and then remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Bow with me in prayer. Almighty and merciful God, we ask for all those who work and do business in this chamber, for wisdom that only you can give. We ask for goodwill and a generosity of spirit towards those with whom we disagree, our neighbors and fellow citizens. We ask for a sobriety when undertaking the people's business, and for a gratitude for the privilege of serving that public. We ask for thick skin when unfairly maligned. We ask for courage to do the right. And we ask for humility when the right isn't so clear and we need to collaborate. Most of all, Sovereign Lord, we ask that you, in your mercy, that you might grant this town and this council unity and collaboration, clarity and conscientiousness, that Caldwell would be known as a place of good government and where human flourishing in all areas, educational, business, faith, and reconciliation might happen. We ask this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Pastor Moody. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us this evening. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Doty?
Here.
Scotty?
Here.
Register?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Allgood?
Here.
Dittmer?
Here. Good. All council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations on any items on the agenda before you this evening regarding this for the city council? Okay. Very good. That'll move us into our special presentations. We do have one this evening from our Caldwell Police Department, so we appreciate you being here, and the time is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Tonight I'm very, very honored and privileged to be here to talk about all the great things that happen in 2024, which is what we will label the year of challenge and the year of growth for not only just the city, but also the police department. And what I like to say, when things are challenged, it brings opportunity, and opportunity brings growth. And so I just want to really recognize our leadership team here. Deputy Chief Sean Sopoaga, Captain Rob Rosen, Lieutenant Damon Rice, Char Jackson, she's our PIO that technically works for the city, not for the police department, but she helps out a lot. And Ken Keene is one of our crime analysts, and he is instrumental in providing all the data that you're going to see tonight during this presentation. But also Sergeant Andrew Holmes back here. He's the OSS Operation Safe Streets supervisor, and they deal with all of our gang violence and things like that plague our community. So the IACP, we're going to play a video, a 5-minute video. The IACP is the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and it is the world's largest police organization and the biggest think tank for progressive 21st century policing. And when I say progressive, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about industry standards, best practices to not only keep communities safe, but to keep police officers safe, employed, and happy and healthy. And so back in the summer, I was approached by the IACP, and they do an annual conference every year, and we've gone to it for the last 3 years. But we got recognized as a top 20 policing agency in the world. And so, like I said, largest network for policing in the world. And we're super proud of the fact that we were able to get Caldwell and the city of Caldwell on the map. And so I'm honored to have this video played today, and then I'll go into the presentation. Thank you. Sorry. It's trying.
Could he tell
tell you how to repeat?
Technology is
For that? For that?
Did he tell you how to repeat?
The Caldwell Police Department's history and mission and vision and values here are deep-rooted with a Western tradition and culture in the state of Idaho. We serve a community that's about 80,000 people. We're the fourth largest city in the entire state and the 14th fastest growing city in the United States of America. So that creates a lot of leadership challenges for us because we're policing a community that is growing faster than we can keep up with. So the way we fight crime here in Caldwell is re-legitimizing the police department and leveraging technology to surgically remove the bad actors from our community and hold them accountable by maintaining the best positive relationships with our community and really honing in on precision policing.
We provide them with a mission, we provide them with our expectations, we provide them with direction, we let them know what we are going to be doing and why we are going to be doing it. Furthermore, we include our employees in the decisions that we make here in the police department. Number two is value. Every police officer wants to feel valued. So we do that in a lot of different ways. When we first came here, one of the things we recognized was the lack of equipment, the lack of training, and the lack of support. We valued that and we wanted to keep them safe. So in the past year, we increased our training budget over 350%. We provided them with new technology and equipment, and it's always at the forefront of our mind to focus on these two things, purpose and value.
So the relationship that the city has with the police department is extremely important. We have been growing very fast. I think as everybody's aware, we're one of the fastest growing cities in the country, not only in the state of Idaho. And so with that growth comes, unfortunately more crime with more people. And so it's been a key element to grow our police force. We've had new administration come in and with new changes and new things like that, bringing in new officers, new administrators, and it's been a wonderful change. And so it's been amazing to see the growth of the city, but especially the growth of the police department and us working together hand in hand.
One thing that I noticed when I took over the department was what the core values were, and really changing and rebranding the image of the police department with our partner agencies and with the community takes a lot of work. And it starts with the hiring the right people, putting the right people in places, and really emphasizing ownership and accountability from the very top level, me, all the way down to the line level officer. But really fostering an environment where people want to come to work, they're happy, they're healthy employees. And I truly believe as the chief of police that happy employees are productive employees, and in our profession, productive employees reduce crime. And we do that by building phenomenal relationships with our community and really owning the problems and being part of the community.
It's important that we build teamwork and camaraderie together so that we understand, how they're going to react on certain situations versus how our department's going to react. So when we go to situations together, we're a force multiplier. Nobody pays attention during an emergency which patch you're wearing on your sleeve. We're law enforcement in the state of Idaho, and it's important that we understand how we're going to work together. And the Nampa and Caldwell Police Department have a strong partnership, and that's really key.
I had a vision to serve the community in a manner that's consistent with the community values, and part of that is providing police officers on horseback to not only do ceremonies like parades and funerals and the things that we kind of do on horses, but really to patrol on horseback, to kind of be out there in the community and not in a police car with the windows up, to really be able to engage the walking community, the community that never really has a chance to engage police officers, but also to go through underserved communities and underserved areas of our city that maybe there is a rift between the community and the police, where children can come out and see horses, and horses are very majestic in the way that they bring humans together and connect humans no matter what. And we build common ground with our community.
I love the police department here. One thing I love the most is our community. Our community is great. They really support the police. And then we have a lot of training here that the chief and the command staff has really implemented to help us have the most cutting edge tools to be able to do our job. And then finally, the people that we work with, we're all a great team here. We all support each other, and it's great to know that we have our brothers and sisters out there working hard to help serve our community.
Having the police come in and on a regular basis, just being not only customers, but just we feel like friends. So obviously you can see just talking with Pinky, and we know a number of them by first name, and having them interested in our business and how we're doing, the safety of the town. They're again, the access to them is really unparalleled from what I've seen.
The future for the Caldwell Police Department looks extremely bright. We have a extremely supportive council and mayor, a very vibrant community that really trusts its police department to protect and serve, and we're super proud of the men and women that work here that make this place magical. Thank you. So as you can see, we've been very busy with doing everything we can on all aspects of running a police department, not just, taking people to jail, but really getting out there in the community and providing training and hiring a ton of people. And as you guys know, you were part of all the swearing-ins we did in 2024, and we've never sworn in more people. And the bottom line is Caldwell has never been safer than it is today. And I'm very proud of all the people that make that happen. And one of the things that we came in and noticed is that there really wasn't a clear mission statement for the organization. And so we got together with the men and women that work at the Caldwell Police Department and came up with this mission statement, and I'll read it for everyone. The mission of the Caldwell Police Department is to preserve peace and safety while pursuing justice with compassion and respect, to guard the life, property, and constitutional rights of all, to encourage individual responsibility, and to promote community involvement. And that's pretty robust, but it's also very concise and simple in the fact that we are here to do everything we can to reduce crime, to reduce the fear of crime, and also promote the Idahoan way of individual responsibility and less government overreach and less government intrusion. And if we can have someone do a report online, we'll have them do it online. If we can educate someone, we'll educate someone. We don't always have to, slap handcuffs on people. We want to really educate the community. But when we have to hold people accountable, we absolutely do. So just wanted to, read the mission statement for you guys. Next, I'm going to talk about the population. Will it work if I hold? Or not? Yeah, the arrows? Okay, Caldwell population. So this is a graph that we put together. As you can see, the population in 2015 was 51,000 people, and it's just under 80,000 people now in the city of Caldwell. That's grown 5%. The entire city has grown 5% just in the last couple of years. Since 2024 to 2025, the estimation is 5%. Now, obviously, I'm not here to tell you that we cannot keep up with it. I'm here to tell you that we are doing everything we can with the resources that we have and the budget that we have to simply provide the very best service. And just because population grows does not mean the crime is going up. We have strategic, innovative ways to really combat that crime, and you're going to see in the numbers. But this is significant because the department is behind in the actual growth. A couple weeks ago, we had a PhD come in here and talk to you about the PAM study that she did, and she's done the study across the valley. And as you guys know, we are down, by 2030, we're going to be down 30 officers, or we need to be at 30 more officers. But so we're trying to figure out ways to really not reinvent the wheel, but re-image in the way we see police operations in Caldwell. But the downside is people get burned out, and we're going to experience burnout in the next couple of years. So I'm very proud of these numbers, of the fact that we are keeping up with this growth. But simply put, we have to be better. We have to continue looking ahead and with strategic planning and also succession planning. So as you can see, 2024, our population was 73,420. It's estimated to be at 77,000 by the end of this year. Right now, we're at 1.12 officer per thousand, the ratio. Simply put, we're paying a lot of overtime for people to make up shifts, for people to handle all the neighbor disputes and the landlord-tenant disputes and the child custody exchanges, the things that aren't really criminal nature that require our police officers to be mentors, to be doctors, to be educators, to be coaches. It takes a lot of time and a lot of resources for our officers to go out there and really make a positive impact in the community. So, all that to say, our numbers are still down as far as crime, and we can go right into the crime picture. So as we go on in this presentation, if you have any questions, just please ask. But you're going to see the numbers are staggering. And this is really, in our industry, as Chief Allgood, you were chief of police, you know that we are not a for-profit business. We don't get measured on the revenue that we generate and the profit that we generate. We get measured on the absence of crime. And so when you look at crime reduction, and I know there's a lot of detractors out there that are saying we're doing things wrong and such, but the numbers don't lie. And for me, as your chief of police, I could not be more proud to tell you that in 2 years since I was appointed here, and we have a whole new administration come in here, the way we're doing business, we've reduced homicides by 66% in the city of Caldwell. 66%. Shooting incidents. Total Part 1 crime over the last 2.5 years is down 20%. Now, that's huge because, as you guys know, in 2004 and 2005, Caldwell led the entire country in drive-by shootings. So people want to come to Caldwell. People want to come ice skating here. People want to spend money here. And as you know, our job is to keep people safe, and our job is to make sure that people that visit here feel safe when they visit here, people that live here feel safe when they live here. And they go to bed every night knowing that they can sleep well, that they're not going to be a victim of a violent crime. But more importantly, I want to pay attention to that grand theft auto. That's a 50% reduction in grand theft auto. 50%. And how do we do that? So grand theft auto. So one of the great things that this council has approved is the use of technology and the use of flock safety cameras. And you're going to hear on the consent calendar after I'm done rambling about more cameras that we want to buy, we want to purchase. This is a game changer. A 50% reduction in auto theft, that crime, that statistic right there, the likelihood of one of us being murdered or shot at is very low, off duty. But the likelihood that one of our vehicles gets stolen from our driveway or parked, down the street from here is a lot more likely. So the fact that that statistic right there impacts more of the general community than, gang violence per se, that's really what I'm proud of, because that's 50% less cars that are taken out of people's driveways and homes and workplaces. And you can see 125 to 62. Another thing too that I'll talk about later, since it's up here, is theft, basic theft. We have one of the biggest retailers in the state of Idaho, Walmart, that's on the boulevard. We're averaging 5 to 10 shoplifting a week there. Now we're under 5. We're about 3 a week, sometimes none a week. And that's because we have mission-focused, strategically placed officers that are in there on specific missions to combat that retail theft. And we're holding people accountable. So that's very, very time-intensive. It takes a lot of man-hours and work to go in there. And we're simply doing everything we can to do that. And those numbers don't lie. So very proud of that. We have a strong social media campaign with our PIO. We're sharing all the successes that we do. We're posting mugshots. We're posting synopsises. We're posting things like that to let criminals know and to let the community know that we will not tolerate crime in Caldwell. We simply won't. And it doesn't work for every city. I get that. But when we took over this organization a few years ago, we were in desperate need of some sort of oversight and accountability and really having that relationship with the community that's been fractured. So I'm proud of the fact that we have people that we have all hired. You guys have given us the budget to hire to make this dream come true for your constituents. High visibility, that's another thing. Let's talk about, people say, well, when I go do presentation stuff, what's affecting Caldwell? What's the biggest crime that you guys see? Simply put, domestic violence. Domestic violence has increased 16% over the last year. And we're doing a full, robust campaign. I have my deputy chief sits on the board for the Advocates Against Family Violence. We're doing everything we can to have these relationships with victim advocacy groups, partnerships. But the bottom line is this, is that domestic violence victims are reluctant to notify the police in general anyways. So the way I see that, the way we see that, we analyze this with our crime analysts, is do we have an increase, or are people trusting us more and calling us more to help them? And that's really what I see. The more we have PSAs out there, the more we have public outreach, the more people are going to call the police because they trust us. Doing foot beats, walking into areas like Farmway Village, playing football with the kids, and building those relationships that have since been were broken over the last couple of years. I have this up here not to bash my friend and colleague Chief Joe Huff in Nampa, but I was curious because that's always a question that this council has for me is the chief is, how do we compare to Nampa? How do we compare to other cities kind of like our size? Well, you can see in 2022, Nampa had 18 shootings. 18 shootings where victims either were shot at or got shot. The intended person was a victim, or the intended victim was a person. In 2022, Caldwell had 14. So we were 22.2% lower just on shootings alone. 2023, Nampa went up to 24 shootings. We went down to 10. We reduced 58%. 2024, which is the year we're talking about here, they had 21, we had 7. That's 7 shooting incidents in the entire year in Idaho, in Caldwell, Idaho, where is a 66% decrease from where Nampa's at. You know, and so, again, it's not to bash our partner, our brothers and sisters over there, but you should be very proud of the fact that our men and women are out there day in and day out on every holiday, risking their lives, really, for your constituents, for you guys, right? And a lot of our officers don't reside here. You know, they reside in other places in the Treasure Valley, and so they're putting their heart and soul into this machine here to make the city safer than it's ever been before. I talked about the domestic violence stuff. Our aggravated assaults are down, and down by 2.38%, but domestic violences make up the increase in the overall aggravated assaults. So a lot of things that have to do with that is like the Clark ruling. The Clark ruling is a misdemeanor not committed in our presence. We can't make an arrest. That was a Supreme Court case that basically takes away our officers' discretion to make those types of discretionary misdemeanor exception arrests, one of them being domestic violence. So we're working on that with the legislators at the State House. The other thing too is really teaching our officers how to properly investigate these crimes to hold these criminals accountable. And so, you know, it's not just we respond to a call, we want to prevent the call from happening in the first place. And I'll talk about this. We've had one officer involved shooting, because it's not on this, in the last 2.5 years. And I'm very proud of the fact. You look to our partners east and west of here, they're shooting a lot of people. And we don't want to do that. So we take our time with every critical incident. I don't care if it takes 12 hours to de-escalate something, we're going to do that. And the one that we had was a domestic violence, a third-time deported felon who was back in the country, and he held a knife to his daughter's throat and forced us to stop that threat. And unfortunately, it led to an officer-involved shooting. And that placed 2 officers in our police department for the rest of their life having to walk through that along with his daughter. So those are things that the public doesn't really see because we don't really talk about, but that's what our personnel have to go through, live with every day, protecting the city. And so we will do everything we can in our power as far as the management team, the leadership team, to minimize that, not only that risk, but the physical harm and the mental harm for our employees, for your employees. And domestic violence, as we all know, is one of the most dangerous radio calls that our police officers can go to in law enforcement, because the situations are usually fueled with anger and emotion and alcohol and drugs, and people are upset, and we walk in thinking we're going to solve the problem, and it usually ends up in some sort of violence. So they're very, very, very violent. So we're doing everything we can to reduce those, and as you can see, drugs and alcohol play a role in those, on those statistics on the bottom, but overall, we're looking pretty good in that category. Okay, next, people ask, with all the growth, right? All the annexation we have, I sit here at most councils and I listen to the complaints of your constituents about congestion, traffic, construction, collisions, speeding, construction zones, roundabouts. I hear all the complaints, all the concerns, and I get phone calls and I get emails on the daily, just like you guys do. So I wanted to show you, based on our data, the top 10 crash intersections in the city of Caldwell. Now you can see that the 20 plus crashes for the year are in red or pink, 13 to 17 are in green, and 12 or less are in yellow. So Cleveland and Linden has 25 the whole year. That's the most in the whole city. So what are we doing? What are we doing about that? Well, we're doing a lot of education, but we also have very deliberate, strategic, mission-focused deployment planning for our officers to go there and post up there and really get out there and educate our community at those intersections. That's crucial because the population is growing, as you guys know, but we're not necessarily seeing a lot of people complain to you about infrastructure. What are you doing about this? What are you doing about that? Well, I can tell you, I can be happy to report to you that Although our infrastructure desperately needs to catch up, we're working with engineering. We're working with all of our partners. We're sharing this data that normally is siloed within a police department. We want our school district to see this. We want our community to see this. We have community leaders calling, hey, is this intersection safe? This is the data right here. And as you can see on the boulevard, that's three top intersections right there on Cleveland Boulevard, on Caldwell Boulevard. So, we're doing everything we can. And let me take a quick moment to talk about the 3 E's of traffic. The 3 E's of traffic are engineering, enforcement, and education, right? We always want to engineer our roadways to be safe so we don't have to enforce the law. And when we can't do that, and we can't set up lights or traffic control, signals or stop signs, then we really try to educate our community. And you're going to see in the data in the next real quick, the numbers, our traffic collisions are down 23% in the last 3 months of the year, which historically we see an increase in traffic collision because wet weather, cold weather, frozen weather, conditions are just not desirable. But you see an overall 16.2%, 19.4%, and a 32% in the month of December. And part of that, can you hand me that? Now, I can't, without any facts, I can't say that this is reducing traffic collisions, but these are some of the things that we're doing out there. We're spending tax dollars to really educate our community. This is an ice pick for people's windshields, right? And our PIO, Char Jackson, came up with this idea to really go out to these community events, hand these out, because people sometimes are in a rush, like I am, and all of us, we're all human, and sometimes we think we can drive, and really the conditions aren't safe. So if we can hand these out, and it says Caldwell Police, Idaho, we can brand these and pass them out. I think this is a dividend that we will be paying for years to come, and you can see a 32% reduction in crashes. With all the growth and all the congestion and all the construction that we're doing, that's unheard of. And these numbers are real. They don't lie. So I'm proud of that. Okay, so here's traffic stops. So T-stops means traffic stops. So 2023 to 2024, you can see them broken down by category. So although citations are only up 17%, look at our written warnings. Okay, 154.7%, an increase in written warnings. So that means our officers are getting out there, they're doing stops, but instead of giving people punitive tickets to really get them into court, it costs more money on your taxpayers to pay someone to go to court and testify for speeding than it does for us to give them a written warning and educate them and get them on their way safely. So if we think that someone can be educated, my directive and our directive from the administrative team is to really educate the motoring community, the public, to get out there and get to their destination safe. Reports are up 53%, and then service calls. Service calls are when officers they selected disposition as service, which means they maybe talk to someone, but there's really nothing else. So that right there is a community engagement piece where we weren't doing that before. Arrests are up and citations are up, and that's great, but it wasn't working. So we're trying to do things outside the box to really minimize risk, liability, but also reduce the complaints that you guys get at council about traffic and speeding and construction zones and all that stuff. And these numbers don't lie. 154% increase is phenomenal. Next. Okay, here's one of the most important slides. So in 2022, we had 39,210 calls for service in the city of Caldwell. 2023 went up to 44,762, and last year we had 45,104. And it's projected to go up even higher in 2025. So that's every time a police officer engages in some sort of activity, gets a call, goes to someone's house, goes to a car accident, is simply out there in the community. But really what I want to focus on is we see before 2022, our officers were very reactionary. Now in our industry, we have two choices to reduce crime. We can either be reactive, which means we respond to calls for service. When the problem's already occurred and we take a report, we go on our way. Or we're proactive and we stop the crime from happening in the first place, and we do a high education piece, and we get out there and we're out there really trying to educate the community, as you can see in the prior slides. So to go up 18.6% from 1 year in proactivity is also astronomical. You can see our missions. Missions is what I talk about, putting cops on dots. When I say, hey, put an officer at Walmart for 3 hours a day, we'll just say hypothetically, or an hour a day, and they're going there and they're actually doing that job, you can see we're up on missions over 1,000%. This is very strategic, it's deliberate, and it's intentional. I've said it a lot, and I'm going to say it again. We do not fish with a net in Caldwell, we fish with a hook. We use data, we use training, we use every tool possible to go out there and remove those bad actors systematically from your community to make Caldwell a safer place for everyone to live, work, and play. Our foot beats are up 325%. So that's an officer walking through Indian Creek Plaza. You know, one of the first things in 2022 that I noticed was juvenile graffiti, vandalism. And each one of you have called me about this several times about, hey, there's tagging over here, tagging over here. And I felt like we just couldn't get it caught up. And so thankfully, the council, the mayor, Madam Geyer, Clerk Geyer, we all came up with this initiative to combat graffiti and vandalism in the city of Caldwell, because the broken windows theory, you know, if we don't fix it, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And generally speaking, in the gang world, when graffiti isn't fixed, it's an invitation for another rival gang to cross it out, and then that's when we result in shootings. So we want to prevent that from happening in the first place. So I'm very proud of the fact that we have our officers that are very astute to what's going on in our community, in your community, to go out there every day and do this stuff. So you can see here, overall arrests are down 6.4%. So the question I would have is, how come arrests are down? How is crime down and arrests down, but population has skyrocketed? That right there is indicative, and calls for service have gone up 15% in 2 years. That right there is indicative that we are making a lasting impact when we educate our community. And we're out there making relationships, we're fostering relationships, but not only with them, with our partner agencies. As the president of the Idaho Chiefs of Police Association, I'm honored and privileged to go out there and represent not only this city, but Canyon County in general, and go all over the state of Idaho and talk to all these other chiefs of police and figure out what's happening in their communities and give them advice on how we're successful here. And I'm honored to do that, including going to the state capitol and passing legislation on mandatory minimums and stuff like that. And so we've seen that lately. We passed a mandatory minimum law last year for fentanyl. Fentanyl is still a current crisis in the world, but Canyon County is not immune to that crisis, and it was going through the roof. And the leading cause of death in 22 in Caldwell was not homicide, it wasn't COVID, it was fentanyl overdoses. And so, we fought for these mandatory minimums, and Councilman Allgood was State Representative Allgood. He actually carried the bill, and I truly think that has a direct impact on our narcotics arrests going down and overdoses going down and all the other things. We've heard through several victims, several gang members, narcotics dealers, that they simply will not do business transactions in Idaho because of that law. They'll keep it in Ontario, Oregon, not knowing that we have officers that are federally deputized that can go there and pick these people up. So very proud of that. Juvenile citations are up 50%. That's important, from 2 to 3. It's not a lot, but really the justice system for juveniles, we are working on that. Juveniles have a lot of leeway here. And what we're seeing specifically in our violent crime and our shootings and stuff, juveniles are almost 100% of the trigger pullers in these incidents, because the OG gangsters know they'll give it to a juvie, and the likelihood of them being prosecuted as an adult is going to be very low, especially if it's not on camera, there's not good witnesses. So we're trying to get a lot of outreach to do that and really combat that area. Lastly, as you can see, there's a couple of our horses right there. That, to me, the IACP video kind of nails it for us as far as the vision. When I took over, I was very, whatever. But the horses play invaluable dividends for this community. I have never, ever experienced a person in the community, at least in person, that was frustrated or felt that these horses are bad or a nuisance for your community. Animals bring people together. That's why this rodeo is sold out every night. That's why rodeos are sold out across the world. These animals are majestic. They get people that normally probably would be afraid to talk to us to get out there, and like you saw in that video, comes right up and starts talking to the officers. That's different than sitting in a police car and driving by with your windows up because it's cold outside. We can't, every person that we drive by is a lost opportunity for us to engage someone out there to make a difference. And then the officer on the right, that officer is Marshall Bowie. Marshall Bowie's that picture's in Walmart. That's Shop with a Cop. However, not only do we participate in all the feel-good stuff like Shop with a Cop to help the community, But what we do at Walmart, like I said before, is we're out there and we're walking footbeats in Walmart, part of the directed patrol mission, to reduce and really eliminate retail theft from Walmart. Walmart's a huge partner of the city of Caldwell. They are a great partner of ours, and we want to make sure that we do our part to keep customers going to Walmart so they don't go somewhere else. And with that, I stand for any questions. I'll leave you this one last quote. The absence of crime is the measure of success is the absence of crime. And Sir Robert Peel, the godfather of policing, said that in 1829, and the business hasn't changed. With all the things going on in the world, the business has not changed, and really that's what we're here for, is to reduce crime.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. Any questions? Or Councilor Doty?
Just a comment. Just thank you so much, Chief. As you know, this council and mayor support your department, and we appreciate all the efforts from not just you, but clearly the entire department. So excellent report and great job.
Thank you.
Perfect. Councilor Register.
Yes, thank you. So I have been involved with Caldwell Police for almost 20 years, either as an employee, a police officer's wife, police officer's widow, and now as a city councilman. And I can't express my thanks enough for everything that you've all done and how far this department has come, and still retained the things that made us great 20 years ago, which were all of these relationships. When I worked there, I did get to work in community policing, and one thing that we learned in that was that the downfall of community policing came with the invention of the police car, and I think you nailed that with rolling up windows and closing doors. So I'm really, really excited that that's back. So I just want to thank you and your command staff that you've put together, the people that I've known, Damon, for years and years and years, and all the police officers who do this every day in all the adversity, no matter where that adversity is coming from, and I appreciate you all so much. And then also, Councilor Allgood, I didn't know that you carried the fentanyl bill, and I, just on a personal note, had a friend out of the area who lost a daughter to a fentanyl overdose, so thank you very much for that. That's such a it makes me emotional because we all have kids, right? And kids do dumb things. And so I'm just very proud of you for doing that, and thank you for doing that for us.
Okay. Any, Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief, but I want to thank you and your command staff, really all of your staff, Sergeant Holmes sitting in the back behind the chief deputy. But I am more and more aware of the fact that keyboard warriors can sometimes make a lot of racket pounding on their keys. But I want to concur with what Councilor Doty said. This council, this mayor, and honestly, I know this city supports you and supports your officers. And I want to say that out loud. And I want you to know that we are thankful for everyone in your department, how you have all worked together under your leadership, Chief, to do some remarkable things. And not only do we thank you, but we wish you ongoing success as we continue to back you.
Thank you. Councilor Denver?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I echo the sentiments of everybody here. We're proud of you. We're proud of the department, your leadership. But this is not a time to relax. This is a time to continue the work that we're doing, to get better, to give you the staffing and the resources that you need. And although we can make our commitment and the city's going to make their commitment, we know your commitment is 3 or 4 times more than ours. And I thank you in advance for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I can remember when we were interviewing for police chiefs for Caldwell that we had some nice candidates, but you definitely stood out above everybody else, and I think the numbers prove that, and just wanted to let you know we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of that. Next on our agenda is audience participation. Sue Cushlan, if you please come forward. If you could just state your name and address, and then you'll have, we'll time you up for up to 3 minutes.
Okay. Sue Cushlan, 121 South Louisiana, Caldwell. I'm reading a letter that Jean Kreidbring submitted, I believe, to all the council members, and it probably is in your packet. Jean had to leave for a family emergency and wanted this read to the record so that the people out in the ozone that are listening can hear. Okay, as an educator, we've had to help students learn and understand compassion, empathy, sharing, and treating others with kindness. Our current society has lost its vision on these traits. It's gotten so bad that we now have public service announcement commercials on these values. What happened to treating others the way you want to be treated? Why don't we lead by example? Caldwell is going down the wrong path concerning the hotel on 21st Avenue. The city convinced the county to keep the fair in Caldwell. Now Caldwell isn't showing compassion, empathy, how to share, and definitely not leading with kindness. There has been a true lack of communication during this process while ignoring the county's feedback or needs. The county is adamant that they need the dirt lot for parking. They've asked kindly to please wait at least 2 fair cycles before pulling the rug out from under their parking plans. That will give them enough time to figure out their course of action. I'm truly not understanding the rush to get a hotel. There are plenty of options besides the 21st lot. In addition, we talk about leakage, and we are coming to the table with developers from outside of Caldwell or even Idaho. In my opinion, a hotel would be better suited close to downtown. Visitors can walk the creek and explore the many shops as well as restaurants. This view would attract repeat customers and visitors. Isn't that what you ultimately wanted? Less leakage? A hotel on 21st doesn't offer the whole package. It doesn't offer the amenities within walking distance like close to downtown. Right now, Caldwell's reputation isn't panning out well on social media and in the media given the issues with parking, poor infrastructure, planning, lack of water, and excessive development. Please, please, please take a step back. Reassess. Don't be a bully and push through a plan that's not well thought out on how it affects the visitors as well as the city and county residents. Caldwell needs to improve its image. Show that Caldwell cares about everyone and how their decisions affect everyone involved. Stepping back would be a good faith effort on Caldwell's part and a clear message of wanting to work with the county. The citizens need to believe in their leadership. Thanks for your time, Jean.
Thank you, Sue. Sylvia Boeheim. Miss Sylvia, did she leave? Okay. That's all that's signed up under audience participation, so that'll move us on to our consent calendar. I do believe we do have a few amendments to the calendar.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty.
only one I'm seeing is make an amendment to the consent calendar and make a motion, remove item number 11 from new business as requested by staff.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So that is a motion to remove, move item number 11 under consent calendar to new business.
No, Mr.
Oh, no.
Mayor, just remove it.
Oh, just to remove it. Okay, thank you. So to remove that from the consent calendar altogether, from the new business. Oh, number 11. I was thinking consent calendar. So yes, remove number 11 from new business. Thank you so much. Do we have a second?
Second.
So it's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for removal of item number 11 under new business. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So do we have a motion for the approval of the consent calendar as printed?
So moved.
And a second? Motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of the consent calendar as printed. So with that, the voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that'll move us into, there is no old business, so that'll move us right into new business. Our first item under new business is a quasi judicial matter in regards to annexation and subdivision request and a planned unit development for Verbena Ranch. So with that, we'll turn it over to staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. For the record, Joseph Dodson, Senior Planner here at the City of Caldwell, 205 South 6. I still don't remember our address, I apologize, since we moved. As noted, this is a application for Verbena Ranch. It has annexation, PUD, and 6 preliminary plats. The Planning and Zoning Commission on December 19th recommended denial of the project. They are recommending body to city council. You guys get to make the final decision on these applications. There we go. The subject site encompasses approximately 282 acres south of the Homedale and 10th Avenue intersection. It's located on both sides of 10th for approximately half-mile length of 10th Avenue from the intersection of Homedale and 10th down to Valley View Middle School. Properties have frontage on Homedale, 10th, a sliver of Montana on the very, very southeast corner, and will have additional frontage on Bear on the very west boundary of the site and Moss along the entire south boundary of the site, which are two collector roadways that they will construct at least half of both. Around this, oh, too far. Around the subject site is existing, it doesn't like me. Usually works, right? No, all right. Thank you. The site itself is largely vacant, but does have some seemingly agricultural-based uses that have been historically used. It is surrounded by undeveloped county land to the west, public schools to the south, some city R2 zoning to the east, as well as some additional county land. There is a county subdivision to the south along Karcher and 10th, as you will probably hear from tonight. The approved developments in the area, next slide, has a number in the area within a mile radius, give or take. Directly to the south would be Element Ridge. Note they are in the application process as well. Otherwise, there's a mix of housing developments, commercial, etc., that have been approved. Some of them are old, some of them are relatively newer in their histories. Next slide. The request before you tonight for Verbena Ranch is annexation of 282.5 acres with the R1 zoning district, a master planned unit development, PUD, for the entire project, and 6 separate preliminary plats for 6 planning areas of the overall project. Through the review, staff finds that the proposed zoning of R1 is compatible with the existing uses in the area, including the existing zoning to the north and east. It's also compatible with the existing comp plan as well as the new proposed comp plan that you guys will hear in a few weeks' time. Overall, staff finds that the project is compatible with the existing and planned development. Next slide, please. With the preliminary plats that have been requested, as noted, there are 6 that have been requested. The Verbena Ranch Meadows, Regency, Heights, Reserve, Trails, and Place. In total, they have proposed 1,039 dwellings over the 282 acres, which is 3.68 units per acre, which is a low-density project by all measures in the planning field. The Meadows, which is in the northwest, is 266 lots. Regency is 143. The Heights at the future Moss and 10th intersection is 53 lots. The Reserve, at the very northeast, 137. Trails, 216. And then the Verbena Ranch Place, which is 56 lots, but they're 4plexes, so it's 224 units within those 56 lots. I stole this from the applicant because it was a good image and helped council understand what is also being proposed as part of the PUD. As whether it's not listed as an amenity within code, typically age-restricted or targeted housing is considered an amenity, so we wanted to highlight that for you to show on the west side, all of those are supposed to be age-targeted or age-restricted. For those, the ones on the east side are proposed as being market rate units or lots. And through, well, I should say to help meet the requirements of the PUD, they have proposed different housing types within these areas as well as qualifying open space and amenities for each preliminary plat. Next slide. Also through the PUD, and to help provide the different housing types, which is largely front-loaded single-family detached homes except for the 4plex units, and the Heights at Verbena Ranch, which are slightly different style of single-family detached that are more of a 4-pack unit, but they're all single-family lots still. They have requested deviations from some dimensional standards, as you can see below. Generally, these include a request of increasing the maximum height from 25 feet to 30 feet, some reductions in the minimum lot sizes, reduced frontage requirements, and a 5-foot interior side setback instead of a 6. They are proposing to maintain the R1 standard of a 20-foot garage setback and the 15-foot street side setback for all the single-family homes. The fourplexes are proposed as pinwheels, which is essentially you have a front door on each side, each of the 4 sides, and therefore require a shared parking area and not a garage, so the garage setback is irrelevant for that type of housing. Staff does note that some of these proposed changes of the setbacks, including providing a front area living setback, I apologize, I said that wrong, as well as reducing the interior side setback from 6 to 5, are in alignment with code changes that staff does plan to propose to City Council in the coming weeks as well. And the purpose of that would be to reduce the need for a PUD for things that have been regularly requested by this body, or of this body, I should say. Next slide, please. As noted, the amenities that was proposed within the Planning and Zoning Commission presentation, I did not hit on this enough, but I did want to go through the proposed amenities because each of the 6 preliminary plats can stand on its own, which there seemed to be some confusion at the time by the commission. And I wanted to just reiterate that, again, each of the 6 can stand on their own as an individual PUD, but they wanted to do one master PUD so that the city and staff understood what the vision was, start to finish, of the entire project. Specifically, they have multiple ponds, multiple pools, clubhouses, and open space well in excess of code. I'll let the applicant get into the specifics and highlight the things that they want, but in general, they're more than compliant with code requirements. In addition, as part of the PUD, they have requested private streets for the west half of the development. They also highlight the Verbena Ranch Place fourplexes on the right-hand side. However, those would be it's more of an internal drive aisle for like a quote-unquote multifamily development. So that's considered private, but at the same time, it's also the internal circulation as current code proposes it. Again, the west side is proposed as gated private streets. They are proposing all of the streets as the full width, as if they were public roadways, at the request of city staff, including the city engineer. That is just in case. Worst thing that could happen is the HOA dissolves and the city has to take over the roads. They're at the public road width, so there's no issue with future maintenance or snow plowing or any of those things that have come up in other jurisdictions. The proposed gates on 1 to Bear, 1 to 10th, and then second 1 to 10th for the Verbena Ranch Place have all been reviewed and approved by the fire marshal, as well as engineering. Next slide. As far as access, engineering and public works reviewed the site for the access, and they determined they will have adequate site access as well as sewer availability. As we know, in this area, it's in one of the pressure zones there's concerns with in regards to water pressure. Per Public Works and Engineering, they are within their staff report, including the late exhibit that should have been provided to you all as a master staff report from Engineering Department. They do not have concerns with this project meeting the standards because one of the things the applicant has proposed to provide a well site to the city. At some point, I will hand this over to the city engineer and she can speak more on some of those points. As far as notifications go, the public hearing was notified both on site as well as through the newspaper and the public hearing notices, especially to the different agencies. Valley View School District did submit multiple pieces of testimony. The latest one was noting that the applicant and them have come to an agreement for a donation agreement. ITD discussed their Karcher project but did not require any additional mitigation, noting that the existing or planned improvements to Karcher will accommodate additional traffic in this area. The Canyon Highway District also submitted some specific comments and requests that was handled within the engineering report, and I'm sure the city engineer can speak to that much better than myself. And the fire department has approved the phasing plan as well as the access points. Within the public testimony that was provided, written testimony, there was one note of support, noting that the change to the area will happen, but supportive of the proposed development because of the amenities, open space, pathways, etc. There was a number of opposition letters noting traffic concerns, the density, the neighborhood compatibility with the existing county residential, as well as the noted water availability and pressure issues. At this time, I will kick it to Haley, the city engineer, to speak on a few of the other items, and then we'll come back to me real quick.
Mayor, council members, I just wanted to provide a little bit more information because this subdivision is quite large, and the developers have been very agreeable to working with the engineering and the public works departments on several items. First of all, as Joe mentioned, the well, the developer has agreed, and we have completed an MOU that was approved December 16th by yourselves, that they will design and construct a well as part of their subdivision. They will receive reimbursement for the city, but by they themselves completing the design and construction, that will save staff time, but also time in general. Typically, a private developer can complete this work much more quickly than the public sector, just simply because they have less hoops to jump through than we would. That being said, the well will still meet all DEQ and city requirements, so it will still be of same quality if we were to construct and design ourselves, but they will just simply be able to get it done a little bit more efficiently than we can. Along with the developer willing to work with us on this well for Zone 3 for water, they're also completing the construction of the signal at the intersection of 10th and Homedale Street. If you read in their traffic report, you'll see that when they are 65% built out is when that traffic signal is going to be needed at that intersection. And they will be contributing 20% to that intersection at that time. They have agreed to complete the entirety of the signal as part of their first phase of development, which we're very excited about. This is one of our items on our CIP, which you will be hearing more about from Rob and our traffic engineer later on this evening, our capital improvement plan. So that will help calm a lot of traffic measures, getting that traffic signal constructed, as well as they will be completing the full frontage improvements for along 10th Street because their subdivision does border 10th, so that this portion of 10th will be fully built out with this subdivision coming online. And yeah, I think I can kick it back over to Joe. Again, just wanted to make a couple comments. The developer is working hard to work with engineering and public works on several of these key items in this area.
Thank you, Haley. Appreciate that support. One more point of clarification or just importance to council regarding 10th. There was some confusion, it sounded like, from what I heard during the commission hearing of how much 10th would get widened or whatever, and that it wouldn't accommodate the additional traffic, et cetera. Per the traffic impact study, as well as the submitted plans that have been discussed, it would be widened to its full width, both sides, not half or not just one lane. It would be, my understanding is 2 lanes each direction with the center turn lane. But that would be per the TIS. And they are proposing to do that earlier than what would be happening with the individual plats. So again, they have worked hard with the city engineering department to get those plans to where they need to be so they can do that earlier in the schedule rather than waiting until the TIS says that it's technically needed. Last slide, I guess. So with that, staff does recommend that if city council approves the subject application request, that it be subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and order of decision. And with that, staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Councilor Doty.
Yes, thank you. Can you recap what planning and zoning's biggest issues were or why they denied the request?
Planning and Zoning
Or
Commission.
didn't approve? How about that?
Yes, sir. In their motion, they noted their denial was because of I'll be honest, I had a hard time understanding what they were trying to get across, but to me it sounded like because of the PUD requests and that therefore not matching the existing neighborhood development.
And what Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
What did they believe the existing neighborhood should be versus what this is proposed? Were you able to pick that up?
Counselor Doty, I don't want to speak for them exactly, but in general, I guess closer to what the county residential subdivision had requested and what they had discussed during the hearing. I did not hear any specifics from them of saying, oh, every lot needs to be 8,000 square feet, or the density needs to be 2, or something like that. They never spoke about the specifics like that.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Register.
Yes, thank you. Just to answer your question real quick, Councilor Doty, so I have some notes here from the planning and zoning meeting. Their concerns revolved around things like the traffic study not making any expectation of traffic going north or south on 10th, and that being a major road to access Highway 55 from downtown Caldwell. They had concerns about the significant setback reductions. They had concerns about guest parking, that they were required to have 28, and in their presentation, they only had 2. They had concerns about off-street parking for the four-style housing. The traffic impact study said there would be 6,917 daily trips, and they were concerned about only having to have 1 signal. They were further concerned about the PUD offering exceptions for the entire development instead of the separate parcels or proposals, I guess. And then the request for denial came as extensive PUD incompatibility with the surrounding area, and I guess to R1 zoning. So that's what they said at the meeting. But my question for you, real quick, on one of those slides you had all of the different areas, and several of those were 55 and older. Is that correct? How many were 55 and older? I missed it as it went by.
It was the entire west half of the development.
Because there's 8, right? There were 8.
6 preliminary plats, and
Oh,
the
here we go.
3 on the west are proposed as 55 restricted or targeted.
Okay, all right, so I have a little bit of a concern with that. We recently this council approved a 55 and older community, and then they have recently come back and said there's not a market for that. And they wanted a variance, and so I'm a little concerned about that they would find the same problem, basically. And I have some other comments as well later, but I wanted to confirm that, and I think that was the only thing that I wanted to confirm with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Allgood.
Councilor Register kind of stole my thunder there. Sorry. But mine was the same thing. A year or so ago, we approved a 55 and older community, and they came back, said they couldn't market it, wanted it changed. And this is a large number of houses, again, 55 and older. And so my concern was the same situation as we recently heard. So anyway, she stole my thunder. Thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Just a quick question about the private roads. Are we certain what impact that will be having within the city, that many private lanes, and how that restricts especially law enforcement, some of the stuff they're doing on private roads? And have we considered whether or not the benefits versus the pros versus the cons, I should say?
Right. Well, can I address the first point with the 55 and up real quick?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Register, all good, understood on that. I don't want to throw whoever that developer was under the bus, but I have repeatedly heard that there is a market for 55 and older, especially for sale and not for rent. And so I will let the applicant speak more to the market and the numbers and all that. That's well above my head and pay grade, and they'll handle that. But I did want to just note that from staff's perspective, we are hearing this rather often. And it's even called out in the new comp plan that you guys will hear about too, where it talks about certain needs of the types of housing needed. So I do understand your concern though, absolutely. Regarding the private roads, it's my understanding that this has been in some ways brought up to council many times, especially the gated private thing to create some exclusivity, that type of situation. And council, from my understanding, has said that, yeah, that makes sense. We understand that that's a different thing. A lot of communities have this already. We just don't have it in code right now, so there are some draft code languages being written regarding that to allow it in instances rather than just using a PUD to get it. Fire has been adamantly involved in this to maintain and ensure that they have adequate access for those emergencies, of course. I have not directly spoken with the police department about it, but I'm sure that there will always be coordination between all of the emergency services when it comes to these. And again, other jurisdictions have utilized private streets, including with gates in the valley, and I have not heard personally of there being some detrimental issues when it comes to these things. When it comes to maintenance, part of what I had noted is they are proposing to keep them at the full width that we would require if they were public roads. Should the HOA ever go belly up and decide to stop maintaining them, then the city could take them over. But there's always that concern, admittedly, if the HOA is going to be taking enough money to have that reserve fund to maintain the road should they ever need chip sealing and all that good stuff that we know about that our streets department has to do. But it is in council's purview, as always, to deny or approve that request. Again, it doesn't have to be one or all kind of thing. Council, you guys can make that kind of a recommendation if you'd like.
So, Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Yes.
And I'll be brief, but I'm one of those that question why we don't allow it, because I think some of these are those conditions where we should, but I want to be sure to be clear, especially for the residents of this, they can't be calling the police for speeders, because we can't enforce traffic laws except for maybe a few like reckless in private roads. And so that's where we need to be sure we're clear with our developers especially. I see some nods out there, so that everybody understands private roads are going to limit some of what we, the rolling stop signs and the speeding and some of that stuff we're highly limited on. So I want to be sure we're clear, because this is a large area that will be private roads, and I think that's my thought there, but thank you.
Understood.
Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Mayor, do we know what the timing will be on this, the outbuild versus when ITT is going to finish 55?
Comparative to that, Councilor Stoddard, I do not know specifically when ITD is planning to complete that. I'm sure either Haley could speak to that as well as the applicants on when they do plan to bring these online. My understanding is at least like phase one plans for each of them would be kind of lockstep, all six, and that would try to get that started this year.
Because I think it's very important. It should be a priority, because again, I live in that area, and I've been to meetings with ITD for 15 years and they still haven't got it done. So, but anyway.
Understood.
The other concern I would have too is, I noticed there was a donation to Valley View on this, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. And Valley View is so far behind right now on, their student count versus the facilities they have. And being a taxpayer in that area, over half of my tax bill goes to Valley View bonds, and this would just add to that problem too. And traffic up, down 10th, again, I use it every day. With these many homes going in at that time without Karcher being finished would be another problem for me. And, 55 and older, I agree with Council Register. Everybody we've talked to so far on that particular type of project, there's no market for it. I just trying to figure out why they have a market and the other folks don't. And then the last item is we still have the Charles project to go in off of Lake and Karcher. That's going to be a major build there also, although we will have a police and fire department component there. But still, if you add that in too and Karcher's still not finished, that just compounds our problem with traffic, infrastructure, servicing. I'm still concerned about the water deal yet relative to Orchard, Montana, that subdivision there too. And so anyway, appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Understood.
Councilor Register.
Sorry, I thought of another question.
No problem.
Do you know how many doors in this development, like total doors?
Yeah, 1,039 dwellings. It's like 800 something lots, but again, part of that is the fourplexes.
So total doors with the fourplexes, 1,039?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so so we're looking at like,
That's where the gross density is the 3.68.
yeah, okay. And then over how long will it take for them to build it all out?
I would prefer to let the applicant answer that,
Okay.
just because they'll know more of what their plan is on that.
Okay, and then just kind of piggybacking on what Counselor Williams said, that also includes like city services like snow removal and things like that too in private areas, right? We don't,
My understanding is yes.
yeah, okay. And any idea, if we're talking gated community, like what kind of market besides the 55 and older that they're looking at selling to cost-wise? I know we can't predict the cost, but
Right.
is this going to be something that is going to be attainable to people, or are we talking way off the charts?
Right. I would punt that to the applicant just to make sure.
We just don't want a bunch of empty houses or an unfinished project.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Denber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the question that I have, and there's a comment and maybe a question here, and maybe you or the applicant can address this. The traffic impact study, although it says there's not necessarily mitigation necessary at certain points, I think I disagree with that. And I also think the Highway District in some respects disagrees with that. On page 523 of the counselor's of the packet that we received, the letter from the Highway District says that even though the traffic mitigation efforts are generally accepted, they also go down at the bottom of the page to say this is going to create 6,917 new daily trips and almost 600 during peak hours. And although we think it's probably sufficient now, we think the city should, through exaction and other fees, determine and require appropriate share of cost necessary to improve the other intersections. Because I know as drivers, they're probably like water, they're going to take the path of least resistance.
Always.
And even though we think they're going to go to this traffic signal because there's a signal, they may go north a half a mile, just so they can make a left-hand turn, so they can get on Highway 55 before heading south. So I think that there's probably going to be some other traffic mitigation that's going to take place, even though their initial report says that it's not necessary.
Okay. Haley, would you like to respond to that at all?
Yes, so the developer will, as I mentioned, be constructing the signal, but then on top of that, we also have currently standing our mitigation fees. Tonight, you'll hear us speak a little bit more about changing these to traffic impact fees. So they will still be contributing to traffic impact or traffic mitigation, depending on your vote tonight, funds for other impacts in the area. We are working with them on a offset with these fees for this traffic signal that they are constructing, but there will still be fees that will be required for this many houses to help contribute to traffic in other areas and traffic intersections and roadway improvements. I also just wanted to touch on a couple quick other items. Joe mentioned 10th being 2 lanes, both directions with a center turn lane. This is a minor collector, and so this will be 1 lane, both directions with a center turn lane. So I just wanted to offer that quick point of clarification. As well as for the private roadways, we only would be accepting the maintenance and be taking over those private roadways if they were well maintained and met city standards. So before, as Joe mentioned, if the HOA dissolved one day in the future and they asked the city to take over these private roads, we would only be taking them over if the subdivision and the HOA first got those roads up to our standards to take over. And so that's why the developer is building them to meet our standards initially. And then lastly, the construction of ITD, we're expecting the Karcher Road improvements to take about 3 years. We don't have a firm schedule for the various intersections, when the various intersections will be complete, but the entirety of the construction will be roughly 3 years.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Our first signed up to testify is Jeff Bauer. So if you please come forward, and if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you will be allotted 10 minutes to provide your testimony, then obviously to stand for questions after that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise. With me tonight is Toll's Director of Land Development, Martin Taylor. We also have our civil engineers from ESE and our traffic engineers from Kittleson. I heard quite a few questions about the TIS, and if you do have more questions on those, please ask and we'll bring them up and they can really get you the answers that you need. We are here tonight seeking the council's approval of the Verbena Ranch community. We reviewed the project staff report and conditions of approval. We agree with staff's analysis of all the applications, and we also agree with all the conditions of approval. So the applicant and developer of this project is Toll Brothers. Toll is an award-winning national home builder. They've won awards for quality and design of homes. Toll does have 2 ongoing projects in Caldwell right now. The Passera Ridge project down near Mallard Park and the lake, as well as Perdera, which is just across Homedale from the project we're asking you for approval of tonight. Slide, please. Planning staff touched on a lot of this, so I'm going to go quickly and hopefully get to your questions. But we are on 282 acres of property tonight. That is a lot of land, and you can look at that at 2 different ways. It's a lot of land, and this is a lot of houses, but master planning it cohesively is the best outcome for the city, as opposed to smaller 50-acre developments that don't have the continuity and the amenities that we're going to propose tonight. So it is a large project, but we have master planned it carefully. We've worked with the city staff for almost 2 years on transportation, engineering improvements to get to this point before you tonight. Sorry, 1 slide back. Good job reading my mind though, thank you. We do have, I just want to highlight a couple features on the property, 2 significant irrigation features. The one on the north is the Deer Flat Canal, the one on the south is the Forest Canal. We'll be preserving those as amenities. As planning staff mentioned, there is quite a bit of existing residential development to the east and to the north. We got the Valley View Middle School to the south, as well as the under construction Falcon Ridge Elementary. Also to the south in the ag land on our western side is the Element Ridge project currently pending before the city. Slide, please. So the first component of this application is annexation. As you all know, you've done this before. The questions you ask here is the property contiguous and are there services to the project? And in this case, the answer to both those questions are yes. So we have city limits on our north, south, and east border, and we do have sewer and water utilities at the boundary to this property. On the right-hand side on the left-hand side of the screen is the city's comprehensive plan map. As you can see, all of our property is designated as low-density residential. We are asking for R1 low-density zoning tonight. That typically allows density up to 3 units per acre. We are asking for something slightly over that with the PUD at 3.68. Slide, please. This is the overall project. Total door count shown down there on the bottom, 1039. Overall density, as I mentioned, 3.68. We'll have just over 45 acres of open space in this project. And as planning staff mentioned, we're asking for 6 separate plats. Slide, please. The separate plats do correlate with these planning areas, and there were quite a few questions on those. So I'll reiterate what they are. So in the north side, so starting on the west side of 10th, up to the north, we have the first planning area. That's the Meadows. It is single family age targeted. And the targeted versus restricted is meaningful here. So targeted means we're going to provide a product type and amenities that attract 55 and over, whereas restricted means it's actually in the CC&Rs that is a restriction. So the targeted doesn't mean it's only for 55 and over, but that it is a product to serve that lifestyle essentially. So starting with the Meadows up at the north, that's the targeted single family. To the south is the Regency project. That's where we have age restricted. And then in the corner there is the cottage court style. So those are the multiple single-family residents served off of a shared driveway. Just again, a different product type, and again, that's age targeted. So then moving to the east side, we have our market single-family, which is the reserve and trails, and then the fourplex style multifamily, which is the heights. Getting to the question of building timing, we do expect construction to start on each of these plats sometime in 2025, with full build out around 2032. Slide, please. Here's our open space plan. As I mentioned, just over 45 acres. That's 16% of the property devoted to open space, where the code only requires 10. We do this through the PUD, so we are asking for reduced lot sizes and reductions in dimensional standards so that we can cluster homes to provide these amenities to the residents. Our largest open space in this project is a large 5.5 acre park that's in the Trails community, over kind of sandwiched between the two irrigation facilities. Slide, please. We spent a lot of time on our pathway and trail system. The city has a plan for this. We're conforming to it. In short, we're providing over 5.5 miles of trails and paved pathways in this community. That's in addition to sidewalks. I want to highlight the green trail up coming from Homedale Road to the south. That's part of your 10-foot wide regional pathway. That'll connect from the high school up on Homedale all the way down to the elementary school and middle school, 10-foot wide regional path. We'll also be doing 8-foot detached pathways on both sides of 10th and on our Homedale frontage, as well as 8-foot wide connector pathways throughout the project. One thing, again, a highlight from your comp plan as you talk about safe routes to school, density near schools to reduce bus miles traveled. We have a high school just to the north. We have elementary school and middle school just to our south. And again, we'll be providing safe routes to school just off our border to really reduce miles traveled and busing. Slide, please. We do have 15 amenity areas in this project, multiple ponds up near the intersection of 10th and Homedale, 4 pools throughout the community, orchards, pickleball courts. Slide, please. These are just some figures from other toll projects in the Treasure Valley, Canyon County and Ada County. Really pride themselves on their amenities. The pool and facility in the bottom left there is from the Milestone Project, which is an age-restricted community in Star that's currently under construction and selling very quickly. To go to the question of market demand, we do feel like there is strong demand for age-targeted and age-restricted. Slide, please. We'll also have some more natural open space amenities, an orchard, the walking paths along the natural canals, and the ponds, one of which will be a fishing pond. Slide, please. A lot of questions about transportation improvements. This slide is a lot to digest, and that goes to the fact that we're doing a lot of transportation improvements. The signal at 10th and Homedale, as well as all of the improvements down South 10th, will be constructed in advance of any residents coming into this community. So as engineering staff mentioned, we've agreed to do that right out of the gate. So before any homes are built, that will be constructed. The yellow lines indicate areas where we're dedicating right-of-way for the half-street section. The green lines show dedication of full street section. Overall, the TIS does require mitigation for this project, and we want to highlight that we have gone above and beyond what the TIS required. So we're doing the improvements sooner and to a greater degree than was otherwise required by the TIS, and the conclusion there is that we're more than offsetting our impact. two more roads to highlight, new roads. So the Moss Street Collector and the Bear Lane Collector on the east and west. Those are entirely new roads that will provide greater connectivity for this area. New ways to get to Valley View, Middle, and Falcon Ridge, I think will be appreciated by the community. Slide, please. Just a quick rendering of 10th Street. We're standing at the intersection of 10th and Homedale there looking south. You can see the two ponds on each side of 10th, the new turn lanes, and the detached tree-lined sidewalks. Slide, please. We are asking for a PUD tonight. The staff report went into a lot of detail around these specific requests. I just want to highlight the big picture of what the PUD is doing. First is changing the dimensional standards. Second is requesting private roads. And third is dealing with some off-site parking requirements. The dimensional standards are tailored, Councilmember Register, to the specific planning areas or plats. That was one thing that you mentioned the P&Z was struggling with. So this slide, it's a lot of information, and I know I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going fast, but each of those planning areas has specific dimensional standards. Where we don't need to reduce them, we're not. So for instance, in the Regency community, we have large lots. We're not asking for material changes to those. Only in the areas where we're trying to cluster to provide smaller home types or different product types are we changing dimensional standards. Slide, please. Private roads were discussed at length. We have a very robust provision in our CC&Rs to not only provide for assessments to maintain and improve these roads, but to create a fund so that it can weather serious maintenance events. We've done this exact same thing in other communities. It's worked well. I did want to highlight, though, that the gates are only there to permit to gate motor vehicle access. All of the sidewalks and pathways will be open to the public. A little rendering up there in the upper right of one of the gates. Slide, please. Lastly, very in the weeds, but we're asking for your approval on this tonight, which is a reduction, or a waiver, I should say, of a specific parking requirement in the PUD code. And what it says is, for every lot you have that's 45 feet or less in width, for every 4 of those, you're supposed to have 1 off-site parking space in a community parking area. And I think this makes sense where you have really dense development that isn't offering off-street parking. But all of our lots in this community will have garages and driveways. So every unit will have at least 4 spaces on the property as well as street parking. So we're asking you to waive that additional parking requirement. By waiving it, it allows us to have more open space, which is the goal of this project. Slide, please. Just a few elevations here. This community will be architecturally diverse. We're offering a lot of different product types for a lot of different potential residents. We'll have dozens of floor plans, large homes, small homes. All will be harmonious, sort of in the farmhouse modern style. I did specifically want to add the fourplex rendering, which is in the bottom right corner. That's the pinwheel that planning staff discussed. And then I just wanted to touch quickly on schools and the donation agreement. There were some questions about that. We did work for quite some time with Valley View on what they thought was a reasonable request. With this project being almost 50% age restricted, we are donating about $500, exactly $500 per door for the market rate units, which comes out to $289,000. And that, again, will be paid to the district in advance of any students. So that would be with our first preliminary plat. That was a number they came to us with. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Barrow, and I appreciate you covering a lot of those questions during your presentation. Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned on the west side of 10th that it's optional whether it's 55 or plus, is that correct? So it could be into, other than 55 or plus, right?
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Static, there's two different restrictions or product types over there. There's age restricted, which means it's mandatory, and then there's targeted, which means we're trying to target that demographic, but it's not necessarily restricted. And I have the numbers for you real quick.
I was just curious which numbers, or how many homes would be the non-targeted portion of that?
Absolutely. And if IT could go back to that slide that is colored, please, with the plat, that'd be great. So restricted is the area in blue. That's 143 units. Targeted would be the red and yellow, which total is 319. And then the rest of the market is 577 on the east side.
Okay, thank you.
Council Register.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get back to this page, but it's, I don't know. Do you know how to load that page? This one? If I click on it, it's not coming up. Well, I believe it's page 228 of the packet, but I can't seem to load it here. So, but my question on it is, it has the, I wish I could bring it up here, the lot sizes. And so it has the minimum lot size for an R1, and I don't know the numbers because I can't see it anymore. I think it's 8,000, if that's right, 8,000 square feet.
One more, please. Two more. Well, should be the next
Councilwoman
one. There we go.
Register.
Yeah,
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Register.
there
I
we
hope
go, yeah.
this isn't your code, but the line 2 or row 2 is the standard for R1, so it's highlighted there.
So is that the same what we have here, 8,000 square feet?
Councilwoman Register, that's correct, yes. That would be what's in code currently.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to confirm that you are asking for some lots to be 4,000, as low as 4,000 square feet, half of what the minimum is.
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Register, that's correct. And that was an issue with P&Z, and because of that, I made the figure below the table, which shows our averages. So yes, we are asking for minimum lot size, in some instances down to 4,000 square feet, but it's pretty rare that we're there. Most of the lots that are in the smaller size in the clustered communities are in the 5,000 to 5,500 range.
Okay, because looking at your graphic, if our minimum interior lot size is 8,000 square feet, your average lot size is still well under that on every one of them.
That's correct,
Okay.
with the exception of the Regency planned
Which is close,
planning area.
right.
It's close.
But everything else is well under that. And so my concern is how much are we packing in to this area? I know that there was a speaker at the planning and zoning meeting that talked about true agricultural spacing being like one house per 80 acres. And I know that we can't necessarily do that, but we do have concerns about our saving our agricultural land here in Caldwell. So if we're packing them in at double almost what the minimum would be. So that's a concern for me as well.
I understand, and I think that's a great concern and question from the community. And the way I look at this is the overall density. So if we were to come in with a standard development with just not a PUD, we were just going to plat the whole thing, do 10% open space, and have 8,000 square foot lots, we would have slightly fewer homes. We would, I think, be in the 880 range instead of 1039. But we wouldn't have the nice amenities and open space, and we wouldn't have the multiple product types. So overall, we are adding a few total units with the PUD, but what the smaller lots really allow us to do is go from 10% open space to 16, and also provide that mix of housing type. I think one of the questions was, is this going to be attainable? And one of the ways we make it attainable is by having smaller lots with smaller homes, and the fourplexes and the cottage courts. So again, with the market being the driver, this is what we're finding to be really sought after, especially in the age targeted. this is more than you've asked, but I'll tell you. Our CCNRs, for instance, in the meadows and ranch, those are what we call like turnkey maintenance. So the HOA doesn't just do common area, they do your front yard and they, shovel your sidewalk. So we really are going a long way to make this attractive to those type of residents. And again, the smaller lot size versus the 8,000 square foot is what those type of residents want. They don't want the big backyard to take care of.
Well, I think you've done a really nice job putting this together, and it's very thoughtful. And when I am 55, I want to live somewhere where I have a pool that's just for 55 and older. But and I'm probably going to I'll let the public speak, and I'll detail out my concerns later. But for me, it's a lot right now. Under some of the pressures that the city has elsewhere, I think it's going to be too big for me right now. But let's hear what the public has to say first.
I understand, and again, I want to come back to one of my opening comments, which is very rarely do you get an opportunity to look at this much ground cohesively and say, we're going to have this mix of uses, we're going to have streets that connect, we're going to have pathways that provide safe routes to school. So it is a lot, no question, it's a big development, but I think it's also an opportunity to look at it holistically, and we want to work with you on that. So if there are things you want to see that are different, we hope that this is collaborative and that we can work through those issues.
Councilor Doty?
Just one quick question. During the TIS review, did they also understand that it could be 55 and older or something else? Because I'm kind of concerned, like Councilor Dittenberg is, where if they're not clear on that, then that might increase trips if all of those homes have younger families, so to speak.
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Doty, I will punt to the traffic engineers if I get this wrong, but I think I know the answer, which is they treated everything on the west side as though it were restricted and accordingly had fewer trip counts.
But it's not completely restricted, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
You're understanding correctly. Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Bauer? Okay.
As restricted.
Very good. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is, there's nobody signed up in neutral, so that'll move us into the opposition. And so we'll begin at the top, Mr. Tillman, Scott Tillman. If you please come forward, and if you can state your name and address for the record, and then we'll allow for 3 minutes that we'll have time up for you on that. We do ask you to please respect that time as there are a number of people signed up.
No problem. Scott Tillmont, 4520 Equinox Avenue, Caldwell. My biggest opposition to this, Mr. Mayor, Council, is it's once again another PUD. For some reason, almost everything coming before this council has been a PUD. One of the things it allows for is a higher density. My concern is our capital improvement plan, as well as our schools. Our capital improvement plan, as well as the schools, look at what their proposed densities might be based on our zoning. As we start increasing it by 10% here, 20% there, we're overloading everything. Most everything has a safety margin. Our capital improvement plan has a safety margin. We're chewing that up really quick. The more and more we over-density these housing developments, the more trip numbers we're doing, the more people we're putting on the streets, the more pressure we're putting on the infrastructure. We can only forecast out so far. As we do these heavier developments, they're blowing our numbers up. Yes, we will get the money up front from impact fees, hopefully if that gets approved later today. The problem is we can only do improvement based on our capital improvement plan. That's based on projected numbers from zoning. If we keep doing these PUDs, this project alone is 20% bigger than what's allowed. They just stated they based their numbers on 55 and older numbers. We all know that's not going to be the case. The schools are they base their numbers off our zoning. We're now over zoning. We're loading these up too much. For some reason, almost everything is these PUDs, and even if it's 5% or 10% here or there, that starts to add up. I would recommend that you follow the planning and zoning and deny this. I stand for any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Next person that signed up to testify was Lane Hadlock. So if you could also just state your name and address for the record, Lane, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well to provide your testimony.
My name is Lane Hadlock. I live at 16159 South 10th Avenue in Caldwell. And I just want to bring a real small point to the mayor and to the commissioners, the council members. The Toll Brothers Company has a subdivision at 10th and Homedale. And it's been there for 9-10 months. And as me and a neighbor have looked at that, there's about 50 lots there. And currently, there's only one of those homes that is being occupied. We've looked at them. There's about 15 that have been built. But, and then if you look at the subdivision down by Mallard Park, I don't know how many homes there would be there, but there's a lot. They've already put roads in, significant roads in. But there's only 14 of those that have been sold. So just from a pure supply and demand point, and there's 6 other subdivisions south of Caldwell that have been approved. Wow, it just seems to me that's just, there's the supply of homes is exceeding the demand currently, especially when only those many people have currently bought homes in those other 2 subdivisions. And, you know, I would think that it's just not, at this time, it's really just not needed, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. So this individual did not indicate if they wanted to testify or not. Michelle, I think it's Bratton?
That's me, I'm fine.
Okay.
She pretty much said what I would have to say. It's not needed. I live off of Homedale, and the traffic is horrible. You all need to go visit that road between Montana and 10,000.
Yeah, so, sorry, yeah, if you do wish to speak, we would need you to come forward, or we can just state that you agreed with the gentleman before you. So if you could just state your name and address for the record.
My name's Michelle Bratton. I live at 901 Coldwater Court. I've lived in my house for 25 years. Yes, it is a subdivision that was put in. I get that, but it's only 82 homes. I have to meticulously figure out in the morning and the afternoon when I want to leave my house because the traffic is horrible. We've asked numerous times for the police to come and put up a speed trap, and that doesn't happen. The traffic is horrible with speeding. We just had someone recently in November lose their life right in front of our subdivision for speeding. None of that is taken into account when you add more cars. It's just a flat piece of road, and they just haul on that. The schools, you got the new school coming in, you have Valley View High School, Caldwell, Lewis and Clark, all of that is just congestion. And it is not fun to get out in the morning and the afternoon. I have many family members that live in Baltimore County, Maryland, and there's a thing called land preservation there. And it's absolutely gorgeous, and they're not permitted to put subdivisions in to keep that beauty. I don't know why Caldwell doesn't do that. I don't know why there's not a moratorium here. It feels like they're just putting houses wherever they can stick them, and that's just absolutely horrible. That's about all I have to say. It would be horrible to have that there. It wouldn't be a great subdivision.
Thank you very much. Kent Timmons? So if you could state your name and address as well, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes for your testimony.
I'm Kent Timmons. My address is 15114 Daniel Street in Caldwell.
I'm also opposed to this for many of the same reasons that others have spoke about with the over impact of the traffic. Traffic density may be fine for some of the big urban areas like LA, but not for what we have in Canyon County and Caldwell. I certainly recognize the developer's right to get a return on his investment, and that's what his business is to build subdivisions, but that doesn't mean it fits well here. And the rights of the citizens who are here also to maintain the quality of life that we have, what drives people to come to Caldwell, what the excellence of this area is, and that overdensity will impact that. One of the areas that has not been touched on is the impact on other services such as healthcare. One of our neighbors, one of the things she mentioned to me tonight was how it takes her 4 months currently to get into a physician. We don't have adequate facilities for that as well. I realize it's outside of the impact of what the council can do, but in the overall impact of quality of life, it is certainly an indicator that we need to look at. Do we have all of the necessary infrastructure in to accommodate what we currently have and that growth? Growth is inevitable, and structured growth is healthy, and that's what I would ask this council to do, is lean more towards the structured growth and ensuring all of the infrastructure that we need are in place prior to approving any more of these subdivisions. I agree with the lady before me. The traffic is horrible. I commute down Highway 55 every week to go to the airport in Boise, and it takes significantly longer than it did when we bought our house here 6 years ago. We are long-term Canyon County residents. We just moved to Caldwell a few years ago. Both my wife and I are Idaho natives. We've enjoyed the growth that we've seen in these communities, and especially the impact that Caldwell's had, the way Caldwell has changed, as the chief talked about earlier. We applaud that. We thank you for your guidance in doing that. We ask that you continue that and deny this proposed addition. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate your testimony. Ron Dillon? And if you could also, again, state your name and address to the record, and you'll have 3
Ron
minutes.
Dillon, 15187 Daniel Street, Caldwell, Idaho native. Well, Chief Ingram actually illustrated a correlation that I thought was quite interesting that I hadn't thought about. More traffic, less accidents. He's probably correct, because more traffic equals lower speeds. It's kind of hard to get in an accident when you're stuck in gridlock traffic. And that's what we're talking about here, folks. I can't wait, if this gets built out, I can't wait for Jeff here to come over here when it's all built out and try to make a left turn onto 10th. Or pity those bus drivers that have to pull out there. I live up there. The traffic is horrendous. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. I'm the person that talked at the P&Z meeting. I'm a Caldwell person, but we owned a ranch in Ontario, Oregon for a while. In Oregon, they have the 1973 Farm Protect Act, which says if it's zoned ag, you can't build a house on less than 80 acres. So Jeff, next time you're feeling crowded in, drive over to Nyssa or Vail or Adrian and look at all that beautiful farmland. You're not going to see him heading over there because they can't build over there. They can't tear it up like these guys. These guys want to come in, make all the money they can. They're out of state. They don't give a hoot in hell about us that made Idaho, that got it here. They just want to come in and tear it up and make a bunch of money. If we're reaching a point where I really have to call you out on your Caldwell logo. Look at all that farm ground and that beautiful red barn and that produce. Does this area look like that anymore? It won't very soon. I think they're going to get some houses, and that's fine, but this density they're proposing is absolute, utter madness. Madness. And I'm friends with the county assessor in Malheur County. You know where that is? It's right across the river. And he's the one that brought up the term madness. He said, what you're doing in Canyon County is madness. We're going to start sucking the wells down. We're going to get gridlock. They can sugarcoat it all they want with walking paths and pickleball courts and swimming pools. How does that help us? Do we get to use those amenities? I don't think so. And I was insulted by their donation of $286,000 to buy Valley View off. Are you kidding me? Think of the school bonds that are gonna hammer us. Thank you.
Thank you. So please hold your applause, thank you. Brad Carrico? If you could state your name and address as well, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Brad. Excuse me. Brad Carrico, 16227 South Kimball Avenue, Caldwell. Everybody else that spoke before me has kind of talked on what I was going to talk on, but I'm going to touch on a couple of things. Going back to the density, my property sits adjoining to where the Element Ridge is going to be built. They're currently at like 2.7, 2.8 houses per acre. This one down the road is almost a full house more per acre than what we're dealing with Element Ridge. The police chief this evening, talking about the population, how much it's exploded. I retired from the city of Caldwell in 2020, and it was 60,000. I've been gone 5 years, and now we're looking at 80,000 people in the community. The call volumes for both police and fire have increased exponentially, and yet it doesn't seem like at times we're growing fast enough. One of the things that I wanted to bring up was on your gates for your community. My experience is they work when you don't need them, but when you're in a really big hurry, the darn things don't want to open. And then you've got a fire truck or an ambulance sitting there with lights going, trying to get the gate open. So I really don't think gated communities are in the best interest. Darn it. I can't remember everything else, so I'll let it go at that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, appreciate that. Gordon Tyrell? Figured I'd give it a try. So if you could just state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
My name is Gordon Terrill, 16226 Horizon Drive here in Caldwell. Approval of Verbena Ranch subdivision demonstrates complete disregard for the safety and security of the citizens of Caldwell. As council members and mayor, this should be your top priority. In an email that I sent to the council a while back, I've outlined shortages of the police and fire departments, which results in slower than average response times. I'm not going to go over all the statistics again here because I get 3 minutes. The people with all the money from out of town get 10. At this time, there's nearly a dozen projects currently being built within the city limits. All these projects are having negative impact on traffic. Nearly every major road, Franklin, Farmway, Ustick, Homedale, Indiana, Florida, and of course 10th Avenue, are choked up due to construction. This only contributes to the delays for our first responders. In November of last year, Canyon County paramedics asked for a real large increase in our taxes to improve their response time. Their response time has gone up their calls for service have gone up 20% since 2020, and they don't have the money or the facilities to get us there. The thought of adding 1,300 homes to a location where the water supply is in question is irresponsible at best. The city's already planning the construction of a real ugly water tank in my neighborhood. However, where they're going to get the water for that tank, nobody's been able to say. Toll Brothers is asking for a special use or exemption, whatever they call it, to the 25-foot rule, which I don't understand why they come to our city knowing what our rules are and come in with smaller lots than our rules call for, higher buildings, everything, because they know they're going to get it approved. When I went to a meeting for the Pasero subdivision, they asked for a height increase to 30 foot. Someone who works for the city that used to work for Toll Brothers but swears there's no conflict, approved 27 foot, and Toll Brothers houses are only 26 and a half, so it worked out pretty good. I believe the responsible thing for the council to do would be to hold off on the annexation of this property, force Toll Brothers to come back with a table with a plan that conforms to the zoning laws of the city. Wait until we see how some of the current ongoing projects affect our community. Annexing more property into the city without doing your due diligence to determine the effect of current projects shows gross negligence on the part of the city. Let's not forget the parking meter debacle that happened because things didn't get thought through. Maybe take a step back, finish what's already been started, fix the bridge on 10th Street over the railroad tracks. Then while you're fixing that, take your time and look at what's coming up. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, appreciate it. Next is Gene Mueller. And if you could also state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes.
Jeannie Muller, 15165 Daniel Street, Caldwell. Yeah, I wanted to just address the council with supply and demand in the medical field. There is a great demand, but the supply is very limited. I went to Walmart to get a prescription. One person was behind the counter in the prescription part, and he said, we can't find any help. So it took a long time to get that prescription. Also, walked with a friend today. She had some intestinal problems, not anything that needed acute, and she wanted to see a gastroenterologist, and they said, you'll have to wait 4 months. That's when you can get an appointment. My own experience with my physician, who I've seen her for years and years, if I don't call 4 months before I'm due for a yearly exam, I don't get in. She's that crowded. And this is in Caldwell, of course. And so I just want you to think about what this huge buildings, all those houses with people who are going to need medical care at some time in their life. And my doctor, Portnier, said there may be no doctor to see these people. So that's my thing on supply and demand. And also, I just wanted to mention groundwater, putting in wells. I'm not sure anybody knows how much water is down there to take out, but I do know that all of this land that the Toll Brothers want to build on, hay, alfalfa hay, all of it, nice hay, and it doesn't take 1 ounce of groundwater. It's all by a canal. No groundwater is taken. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tuttle. And if you could state your name and address as well, then you have 3 minutes.
John Tuttle, 15155 David Street, Caldwell. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering the impact that your decision will have on us county residents. Even though we can't vote for you, appreciate that you take us into consideration. I also want to say thanks to Chief Ingram. He brought up a lot of good points there, a lot of good facts about the growth in Caldwell and the impact that that's already had on the police department. And then what another 1,300 plus homes will have. I just appreciate bringing that and appreciate your considering those facts as well. Dittos to everything that's been said. I'll keep it brief. Valley View is already overburdened, and it was brought up that probably 800 of these homes aren't going to hit the 55 and older. Probably going to be families, so a couple of kids, another 1,600 students in the existing schools. More bonds, more needed. We talked about traffic. One of the things I'm not looking forward to, and we're already experiencing, is all the construction traffic, but 7 years of construction traffic on 10th Avenue, that's going to be miserable. And you've all experienced what we're going through with the growth in the valley and just in our city. I drive 55 every day. If I don't hit the time just right, it's quite a bit longer. Lots of backups coming and going. And everything looks good on paper. I just urge you to hold off on approval of this subdivision. Think about having it rural density. And let's wait and see what the impact is of all these others that have been approved and are under construction. You know, what way is the water really gonna flow? What way are the people really gonna go? Even though we're talking about putting in signal lights and so forth. I think we need to stop and consider that for a bit. So, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. And Sheila Bolin. If you could please state your name and address as well for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes also.
Hello, my name's Sheila Bolin. I'm 16121 Susan Avenue. My concern is the same if it's everybody else. Traffic. I don't know that even with the additional lanes on 55, once all this that's happening, once it's all there, are we going to be in worse condition than we are currently? I mean, and that's just a true question. Water. I like my water. You know, maybe it's not such a big issue to others or something. I don't know, but I mean, I'm really wondering at people. And the schools. My God, Valley View has been the one over and over and over again gets hammered. Always needs something. You know, we're going to run out of money eventually. Do it right. Do it right. Take your time. Don't just keep spreading out. Take your time. That's what I gotta say.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. So that was everybody that did sign up in opposition wishing to testify. So that'll put us back to our applicant for a rebuttal. Could you just state your name one more time?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Jeff Bauer. Try to take those comments in turn, and again, if there are any questions that you have related to those comments, we're happy to answer them. The first thing I want to touch on is that the project is unsafe or not in line with the city's plans. And as I went over and as planning staff went over at length, this project is in line with the comprehensive plan, which designates this property as low-density residential. And we're proposing zoning that is in line with that designation. There was a lot of talk about supply and demand. You know, we wouldn't be here presenting this project to you if we didn't think that there was supply for it. Supply is extremely strong still. I'm sorry, demand is extremely strong in Canyon County still, despite difficult financing climate. On our two projects alone in the last month, we've sold 15 units, which is very good. And, you know, when you scale that, it's right on pace with where we expect it to be and where we think this project would be. We certainly think that, you know, you can't forecast who your residents are going to be, but we anticipate that it will have your doctors, your pharmacists, your lawyers. We want to provide homes for your future citizens to provide the services for the current citizens as well. The TIS did identify some current deficiencies in the study area. And I've heard it said by this council before and by other councils, which is that to correct those existing deficiencies, you need development. You simply can't widen your roads at the scale that's needed without developers paying for it. And we're here going above and beyond to improve that condition. The widening on 10th Street, again, in advance of any of our residents. The signal, tonight when you hear Kittleson present your CIP, it's your #1 project on your CIP as the light at Homedale and 10th. It's projected to be a $2.5 million cost. And again, we will build that in the first month, in the first phase. We think that all of those 10th Avenue improvements with the signal will be a 6 to 8 month improvement project, so not a long construction timeline. Comments about the age restricted versus age targeting, very astute comments from Councilmember Doty. We're happy if the council would like to attach a condition to all of our lots on the west side that they be age restricted instead of the age targeted. So if that's something that you think is important to minimize impacts on traffic, schools, et cetera, we agree with that. A lot of growth is inevitable comments. Growth is inevitable. The city is growing fast and it will continue to grow fast. Again, we hope that you take the opportunity to look at this master plan. Some comments about waiting until things get better or we see how things shake out. Again, we're trying to cure some of the deficiencies in infrastructure sooner than later. And also, as planning staff mentioned, if we wait till the new comp plan or the new zoning code were to be adopted, a lot of the things we're asking for in the PUD tonight would just be allowed as a matter of right. So we'd probably come with a very similar application that would then just be a straight subdivision, not a PUD. And then some questions, comments. We can, again, have Kittleson speak to the Highway 55 improvements. But ITD did design that improvement, the Middleton to Farmway, to scale out to 2040. So the improvements that they are imposing now, which are funded, are designed to carry traffic to the volumes at 2040. So we'll definitely handle this project and more.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Questions? Sorry, I saw your finger go if you were pushing out. Councilor Williams.
Thank you. This, I should have asked this earlier, and I don't know if staff will need to help, but I just thought of it. And while the public hearing is still open, I need to ask this of you. There was a question about the west leg of Moss as it shifts to the north in the staff report, and some kind of wrangling about how that was going to be ironed out. Did we get that ironed out between the city and the developer?
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Williams, we did. And it is ironed out. The figure's not in front of you, but on my slide that showed the traffic improvements, there were the lines in green and then the lines in yellow. So the yellow lines were half street, green were full street. We're basically doing a full street for a significant portion of Moss on each side of the 10th intersection.
Okay.
And so short answer is yes, we've hammered it out.
Perfect, thank you.
Correct.
Could you maybe touch on the timeline? So I know that you said 2025 for starting, around 8 years was estimated for that. I know it sounds like ITD's project will be done within 3 years. So in 3 years, how many homes do you project to be completed by that time and then going forward? And then also maybe a little bit of the construction period. Is 10th going to be cut up for that entire period? Kind of just touch on that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that opportunity. So we have been working with engineering staff to submit actual construction drawings for 10th and the intersection. So the signal, the 3x3 signal. So we would anticipate starting construction on that ASAP, like as soon as they get the plans reviewed and approved. So that project would be done in 2026. So all of the 3 lanes on 10th and the signal would be in 2026. Right around 2026 is probably when we'd anticipate our first final plat being recorded. So those would be just the first homes. And then yes, probably, a phase per planning area after that until 2032. I'm sorry, one more, you asked about ITD too. Per ITD, they're saying 2027 to be complete with the Middleton to Farmway Karcher improvements.
Very good.
So all kind of aligning there with when we're starting to bring residents in.
Councilor Allgood.
Yes, sir. You guys are obviously putting a huge investment into this, and I know you're capable of doing that. The big concern that I'm struggling with is 10th Avenue from this proposed site to downtown Caldwell. During some parts of the day, currently, you can almost not get out on 10th Avenue, and I'm just talking north between your proposed site and downtown. And while this issue is not specifically something that your development is responsible for, it's already a huge struggle. I'm just trying to find ideas of how this would not be impacted, because again, right now it's difficult to get out, you know, the school bus company, that kind of thing. I was just curious your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Allgood. So you're talking about 10th to the north? Correct. Like on the other side of Homedale, essentially? Yeah, you know, that's...
10th Linden, 10th Logan.
Those are great questions. I wish I had better solutions for you. We're doing the best we can with our frontage. We have dedicated turn lane. We have deceleration lanes to reduce conflicts at our entrance. I can tell you that per the TIS, we're projecting not a huge amount of traffic to go north on 10th, 15% of total. So most of our traffic will be going south to Karcher, as expected.
Okay, thank you.
And those numbers, just obviously you heard a little bit of the cheers.
Yeah.
Those numbers, how do you come about with those numbers?
I'm going to invite Lauren from Kittleson up to get those numbers. Yeah.
Lauren Nuxel with Kittleson Associates, 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 600 in Boise. Yeah, so just a couple clarifications with the numbers there. So we worked with Compass, the MPO agency for Ada and Canyon County. They host a model that tracks both residents, jobs, shopping, all of that. And we worked with them on a model run, and they designated that that's about how much they foresee on their model run to go to these different directions. And again, that takes into account all the developments that are in the area now, as well as developments that are already approved, and so a lot of the future development there. Also to help answer with the 10th Street, actually the signal at 10th and Homedale will help create some gaps in traffic to be able to turn out onto 10th, as well as that two-way left turn lane will allow for the two-stage left turns where you turn into the left turn lane and turn out.
Okay. Councilor
Yeah,
Williams?
thank you. The button. While you're standing there, a couple quick questions. Indulge me, please. You're an expert on traffic, I imagine?
I would say I have some experience, yes.
You have some experience
I
on
have
yours
my
even?
license, yes.
Yeah, so you have a license and training and education in this area?
Yes,
Have you been a police officer before?
I have not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions at this time? Okay, I do not see any. Thank you so much to both of you for that testimony.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I would stand for a motion to
Mr.
close
Mayor.
the public testimony portion of this hearing.
Mr. Mayor.
And a second.
Okay.
That's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stodic. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And that motion passes. So with that, it moves us into deliberation by the council in regards to this matter. Staff is always available for questions if you have additional questions for them. I know that our city engineer is here, our public works director is here, as well as also I see Mr. Terry Martin, our superintendent of water. If you have any questions regarding that, I'm sure they could answer those. So any discussion or any motions? Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to be brief. First of all, I hope everyone understands here what we're hearing before us by way of testimony this evening will be accepted if this body passes the new master plan in the coming months. What that means is we are precluded by law, I'm looking over at our city attorney, he'll nod at me if I'm saying this wrong, from denying something without just cause on legal grounds, which means as we hear these cases, we have to listen to what the facts are relative to the case. Sadly, there's a lot of emotion, and I want to appreciate so many of you that came forward tonight and were respectful and cordial, didn't lecture this body, shared your concerns with us. We do hear you. Our decisions need to be based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law. Those words are in our hearings. I do have concerns. I have concerns about public property rights. And unfortunately, we can't make somebody grow hay on public property if they don't want to, especially since the price of hay right now is in the tank. I happen to know that. If this isn't built there, what will be built there? Where will these houses go? If they just met the current codes without any other changes, and we saved 239 houses by your estimate, where would they go? Out into the county? We're arguing about saving ag land when we're going to push these developments further into the county rather than these adjacent or infill properties that are contiguous with the city. It is going to be hard to find a developer that can do an overall development that is planned out as well as this. And if we deny this, then we end up with 4 or 5 developers, and we might end professionals and experts on traffic studies testifying before us of what they believe we can do. I've heard from our Public Works Department and our Engineering Department that they do believe we can meet the needs of this community. And so see, these are the things that I'm hearing, and these are the things that I'm weighing as we hear this case tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Register.
Yes, I have a question for planning and zoning, I guess. Under the new comp plan, are we allowing interior lots at 4,000 square feet as automatic use, or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Register, so the comp plan won't note any lot sizes, that would be the zoning changes. Comp plan would be a guide, broader picture.
Okay, in R1, are we allowing for 4,000 square foot lots?
R1, no.
Okay.
R2, R3 potentially.
So essentially, for this project, they would still have to come get a PUD for their smaller lots?
With the new comp plan, they could request multiple different types of zoning districts, so that statement is not
They would still
entirely.
have to come before council, though, to get some sort of variance?
No, not necessarily.
So they could just build a 4,000 square foot lot?
It would all depend on if council approves some proposed code changes, and it also would depend if you guys approve the comp plan. There's a lot of what ifs, but there is a path to do what they're doing in multiple jurisdictions with zoning that is still compatible and would meet the same density of 3.68.
Okay. I was sort of under the impression that the comp plan was going to answer a lot of those questions so that we weren't doing these kinds of hearings all the time. But it sounds like,
It'll be a combination of the comp plan with code updates to implement the comp plan, but yes, you're
So
correct.
in the new comp plan, is there anything part of this project that would have to come before council?
Absolutely, yeah, annexation and request for zoning,
Okay. All right.
absolutely.
Okay, because he had mentioned that if the new comp plan was in place, they would just do whatever they wanted to do.
Councilwoman Register, I think he was referring to the PUD would not be needed, but that's the only component. The annexation and zoning plats, absolutely, would still have to
Okay.
come before you.
So I don't want to beat a dead horse. I appreciate you all coming out here and talking and expressing yourself. I think it's really important when the community comes out and testifies, so I appreciate you all doing that. Contrary to popular opinion, I guess, I'm not against growth, but I am in favor and a champion for responsible growth. And at the planning and zoning meeting, Mr. Dillon actually pointed out the comp plan talked about planned slow growth, and this is not slow growth in my opinion. I think it's appropriate that the police department came and gave a presentation tonight and pointed out the numbers for the city and said that they are actually already behind as it is. They need to hire 30 more police officers, and that is part of our infrastructure. I feel like we are continuing to play catch-up developments. I appreciate the way that this is set up. I think it's really nice. I appreciate more land in there and all the things that you talked about. I just feel like we are not in a position to be able to do this right now to our city on top of everything else, including the possibility of a new hotel that's going to drain our resources, maybe 2 hotels if the one at TVCC goes in. We have a lot going on that we need to be paying attention to. And I'm very concerned about police, fire, EMS, and not being able to have enough resources and having to require another bond that the taxpayers will have to pay for, including also with the schools. Planning and zoning was very clear about their thoughts on this. We already went over that. And a couple of months ago, I had asked for a total number of doors coming to Caldwell. The last time we had a report like that was in 2022, I believe. And we had over 9,000 doors coming, which means on the growth rate, we'd have 30,000 people coming in the next 4 years after that, 5 years after that. So we're coming up on that. And I still haven't received that updated report to now, so we don't really know where we're at with how many doors are coming at this point, and this is a lot to add on to a number that we don't have, in my opinion. So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion. Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and city council hereby orders that case numbers, and I'll read the last, 006, 022, 023, 024, 025, 026, 027, and PUD 004 hereby denied for the same reasons that planning and zoning gave, which is extensive PUD incompatibility with R1 zoning and surrounding areas.
Okay, so we do have a motion for denial of the request. Do we have a second?
Second.
So that's a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stodic. Discussion on that motion? Councilor Dittenberg?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the issues that we have, and I'm going to kind of echo what Councilor Williams said, is we have this dilemma that we face. And the dilemma is that we are consistently the 4th year in a row, possibly next year the 5th year in a row, reducing taxpayer taxes, reducing taxes to homeowners. And you know what happens when we reduce taxes? We make our community favorable to live in. So what do? Do we raise taxes so this isn't a favorable place to live in? Or do we continue to lower taxes and make it a favorable place to live in? Just a couple months ago, maybe it was even last month, time slips by, one of the other councilors on city council and I attended the Idaho Taxpayer Symposium, and our governor said, listen, we are going to address tax relief at the legislature this year for homeowners. You have got to increase your tax base. His word to all the communities statewide was to increase your tax base. And what Councilor Williams says is true. This is one project with one substantial public works project, one substantial water line project, one substantial sewer project. That's why we have one large 2-car garage rather than 3 small separate 1-car garages. It's more economic for us to build something like this in one area, preserving property rights and understanding that what we have here is desirable. I don't disagree with the gentleman who came up and said that this maybe not be our logo. I kind of agree with that. I liked our old city logo. But the fact is we're growing. We can't stop it. We are trying real hard to reduce everyone's taxes, and in the process we're making this a great place. And we have to preserve property rights, and we are required by law to follow those recommendations. So anyway, those are the things that I'll be considering also this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Dittenberg. Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, just quick comment. First of all, I want to echo what some of the other council members said. Thank you for coming up and speaking and being respectful. I sincerely appreciate that. There's times where we don't get that, and it basically turns off my desire to listen. And I really appreciate the fact that you came up and spoke your piece. As Chief Ingram said, over the past 5 years, we've grown more than 5% every year. I don't see that slowing down. I grew up here. I understand what everybody's talking about. I don't see that slowing down, irrespective of this site. And with the crisis in California, it may even speed up because there's just more people going to need a home. But Caldwell is not an island. Caldwell Canyon County, Treasure Valley, the whole place is growing faster than any of us would like it to, me included. But I just wanted to make those comments, and thank you again.
Thank you, Councilor Stoddard.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, again, I want to thank everybody for coming out too. I've had an ongoing discussion with some of our county commissioners. The city does not go out and solicit ground for annexation, but when the county releases ground, ag ground in this case, to the city, we don't have any choice but to address it. And sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. But again, I keep telling the county commissioners, the more land you release to the city, the more problems that we have relative to getting behind on infrastructure and everything else. And the other thing I want to remind everybody too on the council here is that we are responsible to the taxpayers. They're the one that elected us, and our growth has been a major problem for us, but we can do it with common sense too, and I think that we need to consider that, so thank you.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate those comments. Any other discussion? Okay, with that, so the motion, again, just to clarify, was for denial. So a yes vote is agreeing with the denial, and no vote is against the denial of the request. So with that, the voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed. And that motion is a tie. So with 3 in favor of the denial, Councilor Doty, Councilor Stoddard, and Councilor Register, and 3 in opposition, with Councilor Williams, Councilor Allgood, and Councilor Dittenberg. So that means that it falls upon myself to agree with one side or the other. So I appreciate the discussion on both sides. And I would echo kind of what Councilor Allgood had said as well, and others that appreciate the respect that was given. We don't see that at times in these days, and so we do appreciate that very much in that regards. And it is a difficult decision looking at these things. It is not often that we're able to review projects of this size, to be able to look at and have that continuity, and I appreciate the discussion on that. And I think obviously the way that I vote, whether it approves or denies this motion, if it does deny it, then it's most likely going to go the other direction on that. Is we hear many things, being cognizant of the taxpayers. I know in the past it has been discussed by people saying that we don't get enough sales tax in the city of Caldwell, and that we're not doing our part to increase sales tax in the city of Caldwell. We've seen great growth of development in the North Ranch area. Home Depot is under construction. We have another major grocer that we hope to announce in the coming weeks. That's where you get your sales tax. And they did not build out there until there was homes and people to go into those places to purchase that. So if you're wanting your sales tax increase, you have to increase the residents and the doors that you have in that regards. And so looking at this project, the planning that's gone into it, the amenities that are there, it is dense, but again, with that density, you get more amenities, you get more open space, you get fishing ponds, things of that nature that really provide for your community. So with that, I'm going to vote no in regards to the motion for denial in that request, so that motion does not pass. So with that, we'd be open for a new motion if somebody cared to make one. And that will allow for further discussion as well. Councilor Allgood?
I'm not making a motion. I don't want to sound stupid here, but I think I voted incorrectly.
So,
I don't know, I don't want to change, I don't know. I am, go ahead if you want.
so if you hold on 1 second, so we're just having a point of order on one of the motions that was made, or one of the votes, sorry, that was made. So go ahead, and we'll probably need to get our city attorney.
Okay. I am not in favor of this subdivision at this time. So did I vote incorrectly?
You did. So you voted red against the motion, which was to deny the request.
Okay, my apologies. I meant to vote green if that's the case, because I'm not for the subdivision at this time.
So, looking at the city attorney, how do we push rewind?
Sure. What I think is going to be most important is that the decision is clear
And so what I would recommend, if it looks like that, the motion should have passed and there would not have been a tie for you to vote on, I think that probably the best thing to do is simply restate the motion and the second, and then, if you're comfortable with this, just
Do a
have
roll
Madam
call.
Clerk do a roll call vote.
Yeah, so, okay, so we're gonna restate.
apologies
Yes,
again.
Mr. Mayor.
that's all right, so,
Do I need to read it again?
so no, I think you're fine. So the motion again is for denial of the project. So the motion was made by Counselor Register, and then the second was made by Counselor Stodic. Is that correct? Okay. So the motion is for denial of the project. So a yes, we'll have Madam Clerk call the roll. So a yes vote indicates that you are supporting the motion to deny the project. The no vote indicates that you are against the motion for denial. Is that clear? Nothing. Okay. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Okay, Doty,
Yes.
Stodic,
Yes.
Register,
Yes.
Williams,
No.
Allgood,
Yes.
Dittenberg.
No.
Okay, so with that restated motion, the motion does pass to deny the project. So it was 4-2. And so in regards to a denial, we do need to state, and I know some of this has been talked about, already discussed, but we do need to state the reasoning's been there, but also you do need to state, and Mr. Hilty, correct me if I'm wrong, in a denial, you must state what the applicant can do to gain approval of that request. Is that correct, Mr. Hilty?
Yeah, generally that is true, and so I think some discussion about the reasons for denial, I think some were stated in the motion. I'd also point out for council that this includes an annexation, and annexation is a little bit different. That's a legislative act, and if the annexation is denied, then you certainly don't have jurisdiction to approve preliminary plats and zoning and the other suite of applications. So I think some comments about the denial are appropriate, and staff will work on some findings that are consistent with those. But I do want to point out, just for clarity, that the property is not being annexed into the city. It'll remain in the county.
Yep, correct, 100%. And that, Councilor Richard, do you mind, since you made the motion, kind of just what the applicant could do to gain approval of the project?
Well, I would like to see not so many variances or not so many PUDs, I guess. I don't have the paperwork in front of me anymore. Let me get my notes. And maybe somebody else can speak to this who also had some concerns, but with planning and zoning's decision, they had quite a bit of concerns about the water, inadequate water traffic, those kinds of things. I don't know how you can fix that. The guest parking being so low from, I think there were supposed to be 28 spaces and you were only giving 2. The significant setback reductions. They had concerns about off-street parking with the forest-style housing. And their denial was ultimately, and mine as well, was for the extensive PUD incompatibility with the zoning.
Okay, perfect. And that should suffice, so, okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yeah.
So I agree with Councilor Williams on a lot of these issues of everything he said. It's that constant dilemma of how do we stay off the farm ground, but yet reduce how many houses we're going to put in infills in the city. So for me, even though in the future you may qualify very quickly, maybe in a couple of months, right? And then we'll deal with it when it comes up in a couple of months, or we won't, or whatever the debate is with that. My only issue is just simply the 4,000 square feet on some of the lot sizes. I think you're really close. I like the project a lot. I agree with a lot that was stated on both sides. It was not an easy decision. But for me, the lot sizes are simply too small. But we have to consider inside your city limits, whether the county gives it to us or not. Once they do, the goal is to stay off the farmland. So if you're going to stay off farmland, you got to infill the city. And you sometimes got to go up in the air, even though maybe we don't like it. We don't like the skyscrapers and we don't like the traffic in the city. You have private property rights. So I think it's a really close subdivision, and I think as long as you, for me, comply as of today, even though by the time it may be resubmitted, it may comply is simply the lot size for me. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I stand for a motion to close this public hearing. So motion from Counselor Doty, second from Counselor Stodic. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. And so with that, item number 2 is a moot point since the annexation was not approved. And before we do jump into the next item, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Are we, hello? There we go. Okay, so we are back. So we are on item number 3. This is a legislative matter. So this is for the purpose of taking public comments regarding proposed fee changes for the irrigation system fees and assessments. Ashley, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tonight, I am presenting our 2025 irrigation assessment resolution for the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. As a part of this resolution, we're recommending a 4.9% rate increase that is associated with increased costs of labor, fuel, electricity, and administration of our irrigation operations. The need for today's public hearing, specifically those increases that are more than 5%, is associated with large increases in construction materials such as pipe and fittings. Previous management opted to keep these rates on a slower growth trajectory, keeping the rate increases less than 5% since at least 2014. With the amount of inflation and rising costs of pipe, we have essentially been outpaced. Within the resolution, we present 2025 cost increases. You'll notice that they range from 3.7% to 166%. Again, these are directly related to the cost of construction materials. The largest increases are associated with mainline extension, which had not been adjusted to a market rate for inflation in more than 10 years. The second largest increase is associated with the increased cost of asphalt for patchback of roadways when a new irrigation service is installed. That fee had also not been adjusted substantively until 2024 for the last 10 years. So, as you can see, our goal here is to align our irrigation connection fees with the current costs of materials, mostly, but also labor, fuel, electricity, and administration. With that, I will stand for questions.
All right. Thank you so much. Any questions for Ashley? Okay, let's see, yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Mayor, Ashley, will this affect the Pioneers Irrigation District and all the other ones that we deal with within the city limits? As far as irrigation water, will they have to raise their rates too then, or?
No, actually, this affects our ability to pay what they charge us.
Okay.
To supply the water.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Is there a sign-up sheet for this one? Back there, Rob? Perfect. I was guessing there was, since it does say to take public comment for it. Okay, so we do have just a few people signed up on it. So with those in neutral, Lynn Cameron. So if you'll come forward, if you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Cameron. I live at 3905 Kingston Avenue in Caldwell in the Newberry addition. My comments are neutral from the standpoint that it's reasonable to expect rate increases for this irrigation service. And what we'd like to see in Newberry addition is value received for what we pay for the irrigation services. For over a decade, the city of Caldwell has attempted to improve the quality of the water that comes into our subdivision for irrigation. It's loaded with silt, and we've had various attempts made by the city to solve that problem ineffectually. It's cost the city money for a sump system, for instance, to settle out the sediments. That is filled up within a month of the irrigation water coming on, and then the city doesn't have the ability or the staff or the willingness, I'd have to say, I'm not quite sure which, to clean out that sump more than once a year. So we got the sump full early in the season, and then for the rest of the year, it's not really doing us any good. We have spent a lot of money on filtration systems in the subdivision and for sprinkler heads and new filters and those kinds of things. And we still don't have the problem solved. So we would request that the city engineer take a look with us at the issue and do the study that's necessary to figure out what the problem is and how to solve it so that it can be taken care of. Secondary issue, we've been informed by city staff that they didn't have the personnel to flush our system more than once a year. This was 2024. In 2022, they said that their staff was down by 9 people, and they didn't have the time to be able to come and help with things. I would hope that in this process of raising the fees, maybe some additional staff could be provided to that department so that they can do those kinds of things to help us. Someone in our subdivision suggested that a solution to that would be to go ahead and do the flushes ourselves by contract with somebody and then back bill the city for the cost. Because it's really not our responsibility to back flush those city lines that come through our subdivision and provide the water. Also, I was informed by one of our homeowners that his wife had slipped and fallen.
You go ahead and finish your
Had
comment.
slipped and fallen on the wet silt on the sidewalk along Airport, severely injured her leg, had to have medical treatment. I frankly was surprised that they didn't sue the homeowners association and the city over that issue. Silt halfway across the sidewalk, just slick as grease. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for
Appreciate
taking the
it,
time.
Mayor and Council.
Appreciate you coming down. Did you have a question? Or
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will you, when we're done, answer some of those for us? I understand that what we're being asked to approve here doesn't give us addition, it only meets the need. However, I'd love to hear if we could have an answer to some of those questions that were brought up, maybe after public testimony?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
So
you.
we'll have Ashley touch on those. Ruth Crawford, could you please come forward and just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
I'm Ruth Crawford, and I live at 3816 Preston Avenue in Caldwell. And Mayor and council members, I have been on the landscape committee for Newberry subdivision, which is located on the northeast corners, sort of. We back up to Airport and to Ustick. And I believe that Lynn Cameron has sufficiently, I've been on the committee for 10 years, so I'm well aware of all these problems that we've been facing. And we have been doing the flushes like every month or every 3 weeks or so. And our HOA members, our board members have been doing it by ourselves. I believe that Lynn Cameron has sufficiently covered the issues of the increased irrigation fees for Newberry subdivision along the Phyllis Canal. It's just unreal how much we are paying for maxi pods that are the sprinklers for our common areas. And it's just exponentially, it's just increasing every year because of the silt problem. And it just isn't, I think the city needs to have their engineers look at this problem very carefully, because we went out there and within 1 month it had filled the whole thing. It's a huge piece of, and Lynn and I took a pole out there and stuck it down in that addition that the city had built there. And in the middle of the season, I mean, we're talking the end of June or the 1st of July. And this addition that they had built without engineering it did not, I mean, it was full. We We put the pole down through the grate, and it was totally filled with silt. And this silt is what comes into our subdivision, and we're not paying for silt, we're paying for irrigation water, and decent irrigation water. And I feel like the city has left us down. They just, I don't think you're hearing us as far as this irrigation problem. And now to increase our rates, that's just ludicrous. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we do have one individual signed up in opposition, John, and I cannot read the last name. Begins with a P, looks like. It's not here, or maybe perhaps signed up on the wrong sheet, perhaps. So that is everybody that is signed up. So Ashley, do you mind coming and maybe trying to answer some of those questions?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I heard a few concerns from the two testimonies. I'm told that we clean out the sump at Newberry subdivision twice a year. One of the issues at that location is that they are at the end of a Pioneer irrigation facility, so they do receive additional sediment upstream because there are upstream users that have already recycled the water. We have upgraded their filters based on these complaints, and at this time we feel that their irrigation quality is similar to the rest of the city. The large vault or sump that was described was a wet well that we upsized, basically the space where our pumps take water in. And I believe that was upsized so that we could capture more sediment from entering the system.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Register.
I'm sorry, did you say when those filters were put in?
Say that again.
Whatever corrections that you made, when did that happen? How long ago was that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't know. I don't know the exact date that wet well
like
was
in the last
upsized.
6 months or a year or?
Do you know?
So they've been upgraded for like 10 years. With
The filters.
Yeah,
When was the wet well done?
every year,
When was it upsized?
6 years ago.
Okay.
And there's 2 detention vaults there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Register, it sounds like we have had upgraded filters at that location for 10 years, and the wet well was upsized 6 years ago. So the sediment has been an ongoing issue for a long time. It's based
Right.
on what we receive from Pioneer.
So if they're still having the problem, then that solution isn't working. Because I guess what I was thinking is, if we had just made those changes like 3 months ago, then we might, be able to say, well, we're gonna see if it works, but we know it's not working after that amount of time. So how many people are affected, I guess? Maybe this is a better question for the people in the audience. I don't know if I can still ask them, but besides the people sitting here, how many people are affected by the sediment?
Well, maybe to touch on that, Ashley, because I appreciate them telling us where it's at, because I'm actually looking at it on Google Earth right now, or on Street View on Google Maps. So does this provide irrigation water to, is it Manchester Park that's right behind there as well? That
Yes.
subdivision?
Yes, there's Manchester Park. There's like 4 subdivisions on that PI station. The only one that complains is the Newberry subs. And we've worked for them for many years of trying to fix the problem. And they're the only ones that has the problem.
Yeah, well, I think I share the concerns of charging more money when they're still not getting the product that they initially, or that they're supposed to get. So I don't know how to fix that, obviously.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Register, again, our feelings are that their irrigation supply is similar to that of the rest of the city. Again, this PI station is connected to 4 different subdivisions, and this is the only one who, so it is the same water supply. It goes through the same filters, it goes through the same pumps. This is the only one that tends to have extra concern with the quality of the water supply. I would remind everyone that because Caldwell is at the end of the valley, our water supplies, our irrigation supplies specifically, are reused multiple times. So we do see quite a bit more sediment than what anyone in Boise. So in addition to that, being at the end of a pioneer irrigation facility, there's less water, there's more sediment. Again, as Terry mentioned, we have made 2 additions to this specific wet well. We do have in our budget to upgrade additional filters as necessary. And Mayor, Council Register, I think we're happy to look into the issue again to see if there's any possibility that Newberry subdivision is affected any more than anyone else connected to the station. But again, it seems like perhaps this is a sensitive issue to a particular subset of customers.
Yeah. Well, and I saw some nodding out there, though. Is that something that you would be happy with if these fees are increased, that you could be in touch with them as far as whatever problems you guys are having?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. So, but now that you know, you could be in touch with them, or?
Mr. Mayor, Council Register, yes.
Okay.
I would also comment that the purpose of this public hearing is for irrigation connection fees specifically, and it's not related to an increase in irrigation rates.
Okay.
Because those are not of a level that qualifies for a public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Can we send Boise and Meridian a bill for their extra sediment they send down to us? Councilor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, just briefly, Ashley, thank you. I want to make sure you're not on the hook for anything. I want to make sure everybody here understands we support you. We're thankful for you, your expertise, what you bring to our city. You are a real asset to our city. And part of me wishes that our previous philosophy might have been to raise rates more incrementally, so that now we don't have to be at this place where we're raising them so dramatically and still just barely able to pay what is being charged of us. And so it's a bit of a sting, and I appreciate these community members coming. It's a good window to speak of your issue, even though what we're dealing with here doesn't deal with your issue. We hear you, but I want to be sure you don't hear me saying our staff has done anything wrong. They're wonderful, and we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? So with that, I think we need a motion to close the public testimony on this one. So that's a motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Register. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. So that moves us into the resolution. Item number 4 under new business, approving the proposed change for the irrigation system fees and assessments. And before we do move into that, I do again want to thank you for coming tonight, providing your testimony, sitting through. I know it's been long already, so we do appreciate you taking the time, and we'll make sure that we do follow up with you. I think that's the biggest thing, making sure your voice was heard tonight. So we want to make sure you know that it was, and that our staff will be following up with you in that regards. So with that, do we have a motion for approval of this resolution?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
That's a motion from Councilor Doty, a second from Councilor Stuttick for approval of the resolution regarding the fees for irrigation system and assessments. Any discussion on that motion? Yes, it's been very made clear what the motion's for. So with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us into item number 5. This is a legislative matter, comprehensive plat map and a zoning ordinance amendment in regards to our traffic impact fee program. So Robin, I'm going to start with you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple items on here today, 5 and 6 are both related. So when you get to item 6, it's the ordinance for the zoning ordinance amendment. So along with the impact fees, we also have a couple other amendments as part of this package. I'm just going to briefly go over those for you. The first one is under annexations. It's really just to clarify the language. The Idaho code changed. They no longer put them into categories for annexations. They're just simply city initiated or owner consented. So we've just changed the language in our code to match the state statutes. Within the zoning ordinance text and map amendment section, the comprehensive plan section, special use permits, variances and fees, this is simply just also typographical changes. It's to change where it was referring to planning and zoning director to just director, and to change where it says planning and zoning department to just planning and zoning, since we've changed that structure. When you get down to the public hearing process, the amendment in that section is within that code, there's a little example of the public hearing sign. And for some reason, people would think they have to use the actual language on the example, so they'd put the wrong hearing body or the wrong date or the wrong time. So we've tried to put like a little clarification statement that this is an example and you need to make sure you put the appropriate language on there for your particular hearing. The next section, 100313, we are just striking that out and deleting it completely and reserving it for future. We had already moved that section in the last amendments that we brought before you, but it did not get deleted out of this one, so it was a duplicative section within the code. The next four, we are adding new sections into our code. The first one is the 100314, that's the development impact fees. That ordinance, the only changes, and when I'm done, Rob will come up and talk to you about the details of that. But the ordinance itself, we simply just reformatted it so it made more sense and just added the traffic impact fees. We did not do any other changes to it. So it's just simply reformatting and traffic impact fees. The next section, 100315, we added a section for business licensing. We had a very small blurb in our code that was for business permits. It didn't really have a lot of teeth to it, didn't really have enforcement mechanisms or annual renewals. So we've added a section in here that helps with that, and we are changing the name to business licensing instead of business permits, because most people in the valley, that's what they refer to, is a business license. The next section was alternative methods of compliance. This is really not a new section, but we've moved it into this particular article. We already had this in our code in another section, but it was very unclear. So we moved it under administrative, and we just tried to clarify the language. And the last one, this is brand new for our department. This is for performance bonding. Currently in the code, if you're a subdivision, we have the mechanism for you to bond for curb gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping under the subdivision ordinance. The problem comes up with when you're not in a subdivision, we have no mechanism for them to bond for infrastructure improvements or public amenities or those types of things. So we are putting that in our code so that if you're not a subdivision, we could still require you to bond for landscaping, public amenities, sidewalk, if like we're requiring sidewalk, but it's not necessarily required by engineering. So we have the ability to do that on those other projects as well. And I think that's it. That's really the extent of it. So I'll stand for any questions you have. This is going to be an easy one for you. As I mentioned, in March, we'll be back with a very, very large amendment package.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any quick, Counselor Allgood?
Yeah, Robin, maybe I'm misunderstanding. We do not have traffic impact fees currently. Are we suggesting that we start impact fees, or what will you clarify that for me, please?
Sure, Mayor and Councilor Allgood. So Rob will be coming up here to talk to you about that, but yes, they are proposing that we now implement traffic impact fees. We've never had them before. And so to do that, the statute requires you, because your impact fees have to be part of your comp plan, so it requires you to do a comp plan amendment to add in that capital improvement plan, but you also have to do a zoning ordinance amendment. So part of this package is all the other things that I mentioned, but Public Works is proposing to add traffic impact fees. We currently collect them for parks, police, and fire.
Correct, yeah, and they're in my mind, they're a big deal. And so I didn't want that to, I don't want that to slip by as just a thing, because it's a big
No,
deal.
this is proposing new traffic impact fees, and Rob's gonna come up and do an introduction, and then I believe the consultant that did the traffic impact fee analysis has a presentation for you all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here tonight, and I have to admit, sometimes I am not envious of the decisions that council has to make. It is very difficult, and I appreciate the time that you guys spend analyzing and reviewing cases and decisions that come before you. The city of Caldwell has, for decades now, had a program called a traffic mitigation, and that has basically assessed a mitigation onto development as it's come into the city. This program has been clunky and labor intensive to administer, and it's been very difficult in some cases to make sure that we're getting the improvements that we need from a development. The program has flaws in it where developments that have less than 100 houses don't pay anything for mitigation. The city staff has to identify projects outside of the development that the developer would go improve that they may have impact on an intersection or something like that. And then if we can't identify something, then we have to determine what the value is, and they contribute to the city. And it's been very difficult to run through. 4 years ago, we decided that we wanted to move to impact fees, which is a much more streamlined process. It is laid out in code, and every other municipality around us does impact fees. And so we're coming a little late to the ball game, and we've wanted to do this for some time, and it's taken us 4 years to get through a transportation master plan, a capital improvement plan, and now the assessment with the impact fees is what we are bringing to you. Kittleson and Associates, our consultant who has helped us through this process, is here to do a presentation, but I just wanted to address a couple quick comments that have come up. And also, just a few hours ago, I received a letter from Mr. Pilot, who is the chairman of the committee, that I would like to read into the record, if that's okay. Some of the questions that came up, the impact fees, so the way it works now is anytime a building permit is pulled, there's a chart that estimates what the trip generation is for that building or house or development. And then those impact fees are contributed to the roadway trust fund, and then those are used for projects that are in our capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is a list of a finite number of projects that have been analyzed that are expected to exceed their capacity thresholds within the next 20 years from the time that this study began in 2021 until 2041. And so any major project we have that will reach that capacity within that 20 years is included in the capital improvement plan. And then the determination is, and then at that point, the value of the developments coming in, the number of developments coming in, there's a calculation to figure out what the value of the traffic impact fee is. The question came up is dealing with density changes. And this is a general question. When you have a development like one that we heard earlier tonight that may be changing the density a little bit from what was originally planned, how does that impact our master plans? And the quick answer to that is there is an impact. I mean, every development has an impact on how we build out. Developments that are not consistent with our zoning have an impact as well. If they are proposing more dwelling units than what is in our zoning or what was anticipated for the master plan, then there is an impact there. But I would say generally our master plans have some level of factor of safety built into them just for situations like that. And I think it's important to note that our master plans, if done correctly, we should be going through and updating those frequently, at least every 3 to 5 years, 5 years at the max, but more frequently than that so that we can adapt to changes that are going on in the city. A good example of that is when planning and zoning adopts their new comp plan, then we would want to go back and look at all of our master plans and make sure that what we have in our master plans correlates to what the zoning is proposing throughout the city. There's discussion on how the impact fees, transportation impact fees would be assessed for an existing development or a business downtown, for example, that changes uses. And if it has a more intense traffic use, then the impact fee would only be the difference from what the previous use was to what the new use was. And then there's other logistics on how to figure out, if the business changes 3 times and they're not exceeding their peak from what a previous owner paid. There's a lot of nuances like that we would figure out on a staff level. The impact fees, the transportation impact fees would replace the city mitigation program, so that would be basically, that would sunset. We would no longer use that program. And then the impact fees, if adopted by council, would then override everything that, any of the traffic mitigation that we have previously used. And just in closing, before I turn the time over to our consultant, who's going to go through a presentation and explain in much more detail how we got to this point, I just want to read this letter from Mr. Pilot, and he is the chairman of the committee. And we had a meeting yesterday with our 3 committee members and went through any additional questions they had. And I hope that we were able to answer all the questions. I think there may be just some general concern from a philosophical standpoint about having fees. But I think the important thing to note is that transportation impact fees are assessed only on new development, and they can only be used for additional capacity on the transportation system. They can't be used to go resurface a road that's existing. It can only be used to increase capacity that is offsetting the trip generation that development or other developments coming in are creating. So, Mr. Pilot, I'll try to read through this quickly. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Wagner and Council, an item on tonight's agenda is a public hearing, number 5 under new business relating to newly proposed traffic impact fees. I apologize that I cannot be present to testify, but wanted to share some insight on the matter if you will so allow this letter to serve as testimony by proxy. Excuse me. Were I able to attend, I would likely speak as neutral on the matter. Growth has a responsibility to pay its proportionate share toward the impact on the community, and if calculated correctly, and am not opposed to impact fees. The growth experience within our community has been unprecedented, and it's clear that the city's budget cannot keep pace with the demand for goods and services, including infrastructure growth has created. What concerns me about tonight's comprehensive amendment proposal, however, is twofold. First, the reference on page 31 of the study, traffic impact fees are based on trip counts for commercial businesses, including not just new construction, but change of use permits on existing buildings. Consequently, from an economic development standpoint, a fee associated with choosing to start a new business venture may be an obstacle to achieve success. I encourage you to review the fee structure for many everyday commercial enterprises lacking that are needed in this community that may face a financial obstacle with this amendment adoption. As an example, familiar to the council, the Rice House project, once completed, will incur a traffic impact fee of $20,684 for any coffee house style operation as publicized during this repurposing plan. Such fees may discourage entrepreneurs from establishing the types of businesses our community needs. Secondly, this amount represents a 126% increase in current impact fees imposed on residential houses by the City of Caldwell, which are passed through to the buyer. While implementing a traffic impact fee may be necessary to meet the demand growth has created, please keep in mind that this fee is absorbed into the sale price for the home after builder markup, real estate commission, and financing potentially totaling over $12,500 in additional payments to the mortgage holder over the life of the 30-year mortgage at today's interest rates. Would you like me to proceed? There's about 3 more paragraphs.
Yeah, if you go ahead and finish,
Okay.
I think that's all right.
A study by the National Home Builders examined by the Boise metro area, and using the median home income buyer of $68,473 household in Canyon County against the median income of homes in the area, $415,000 in Canyon County, concluded that for every $1,000 of home price increase, 922 potential buyers were priced out of qualifying. The proposal before you tonight using this algorithm equates to 3,898 households priced out of the market. While it's easy to dismiss this data as applying to out-of-state buyers, it also represents individuals who have chosen to live in Caldwell. This includes those with general ties to our community, such as members of Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, on the verge of starting new lives, as well as individuals drawn to job opportunities with our police, fire, and city departments. Additionally, it includes those who wish to make Caldwell their home by investing in their single largest life purchase, a house, because of the lifestyle of this city has cultivated. I share these points as a reminder of the broader implications of this decision. While it is clear that growth will continue in the foreseeable future and that the council has expressed concern about the level of multifamily housing in the city, this proposed traffic impact fee, if adopted, risks moving home ownership further out of reach. This could in turn increase the demand for more apartments. Ultimately, this decision rests on the council. I hope the larger implications of this proposal carry significant weight as you deliberate tonight. Kind regards, Rob Pilot.
Very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you finishing that. Since he is the chair, figured it was probably
Yeah.
important to hear what he said. So,
Before I turn the time over to our consultant, are there any questions? I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
any questions from council? Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Rob, Mr. Pyler and I have had this discussion before years ago. He brought up, I wouldn't argue his numbers relative to what it adds on to the cost of the homeowner, but again, growth has to pay for itself. I mean, that's the bottom line. And if we don't do something like this, then who gets stuck with the bill? You know, the existing taxpayers do.
Yep.
And, you know, I know it's a fine line. I know he said that if we have impact fees that get too high, that growth is going to slow down. We won't have people coming in, but, you know, that's been probably 7 years since I've talked to him, and look what's happened. So we just got to have it, because we can't put this burden on the existing taxpayers, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Stoddard, and just on top of that too, just referencing the case that we heard earlier tonight, there's discussions about, 10th Avenue north of, through between Eustic and Linden, and that, for example, is one of the projects that's in our CIP. And so impact fees that we would be collecting on some of these developments would be going straight toward a corridor project where we would be able to improve some of those areas of town that have, that are reaching their capacity and that are more difficult to traverse.
Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Just dollar for dollar, traffic mitigation versus impact fees. Impact fees will raise more money, similar money. Is there any kind of projection on dollar for dollar when we're trying to make these improvements, we're not going backwards is the main thing.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood, we're definitely not going backwards. It's a significant increase.
Okay.
And so what it's coming out to now is, and I don't want to steal Mark's thunder, he's going to present all this, but we're looking at to equate to really what we need to do to be able to keep our transportation system going. A residential house is going to be about $4,000. And that's much more than what we've charged in the past on mitigation. And it's gonna help us quite a bit, be able to get some of these big intersection projects done and corridor projects that are, excuse me, that are reaching capacity.
Thank you.
Yeah, and kind of just to go along with it, it allows, whether that's the right word or not, everybody to participate. So as Rob mentioned, there's a lot of people that a lot of developments that did not pay anything in regards to that. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking of the McDonald's that was built a year or two on 10th Avenue. They would have to pay traffic impact fees now when this passes. but I do not believe they had to pay anything on that, or other similar developments like that come in commercial where they don't pay anything. Now they're gonna pay a portion that's gonna go into that, then we can use that to improve some of these projects. Is that a fair statement, or am I?
Let me just correct that a little bit,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. So anything like a McDonald's would have paid some mitigation. It's all traffic generated based, and so you look at the trip generation, and if they're generating a certain amount of traffic, then they would have qualified for mitigation. McDonald's definitely would have. Most fast food restaurants or coffee shops definitely would qualify. But where the developments that were falling through the cracks were your 10-house development, where you have 10 houses here or a single apartment complex here, because they didn't meet that threshold, and it really wasn't a fair or equitable system. And so I'm very happy to try to move on from that traffic mitigation system.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that clarification. Okay, I don't see other green light, so please come forward. If you could state your name for the record, and then your presentation.
Hi, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mark Heisinger, and I work for Kittleson Associates. We're located at 101 Capitol Boulevard in Boise, Idaho. Happy to be here today to present on the CIP and impact fee program. So I think before I kick things off, just want to talk about what I'll be going through in this presentation. And so really what I'll be providing is an overview of the CIP and associated impact fee program, covering the timeline of production of that document, as well as some of the key assumptions that went into that document. And then there is a request to City Council. This was covered by City Caldwell staff, and that's essentially to amend the comprehensive plan and associated resolution for the actual adoption of the CIP and impact fee program. There are a couple acronyms that will be used a lot, so just wanted to call those out up front. One is CATS, that stands for Caldwell Area Transportation System. CIP stands for Capital Improvements Plan. TIF stands for Traffic Impact Fee. So those you'll see those a lot, so just wanted to call those out up front. So before we jump into the CIP and TIF program, I wanted to provide some background on the Caldwell Area Transportation System Plan, the CATS plan document. A lot of information within the CIP and TIF program is based on the foundation that was set in the CATS plan, and development of that plan started back in 2021 when we started working on that for the city of Caldwell. The CATS plan is, simplified as it's a long-range transportation plan that evaluates the city's multimodal transportation system today and 20-plus years into the future. It had a horizon year of 2050. So it started with an existing conditions analysis, so really trying to answer the questions: what is the transportation system like today? What are the challenges, needs, and opportunities of the systems? And this included an evaluation not just of roadway and intersection capacity, but also elements like safety and bicycle and pedestrian connectivity. Also included in the CATS plan analysis was analysis of all of these components under future, so year 2050 conditions. So that's trying to answer the questions of how will the transportation system perform with anticipated growth, what will travel demand look like in year 2050, and then what projects will be needed to address that demand. The results from all of this analysis under existing and future conditions is what fed into our project list that's in the CATS plan. That included intersection improvements, roadway widenings, bicycle pedestrian facilities, as well as safety-focused projects. And then also included in the CATS plan were cost estimates and considerations regarding prioritization and funding. Two other items to highlight that aren't on this slide. That CATS plan did involve 2 rounds of public outreach, which included online interactive surveys, and was created in coordination with Highway District 4, City of Nampa, and other partner agencies. So that process generally took place from 2021 to 2023, and it was adopted by this council about a year ago in February 2024. Since then, we've been working with the City of Caldwell to create the Caldwell Area Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, and Traffic Impact Fee Program. This program is based on the roadway and intersection capacity projects that were identified in the CATS plan process, but were adjusted based on Idaho code requirements. We'll cover these items specifically over the next couple slides, but these adjustments included things like changing the horizon year from 2050 to 2041, evaluation of impact fee eligibility requirements, and engagement with the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. So That's the work that we've been doing since the CATS plan was adopted, and we'll be diving into those details over the remainder of these slides. So the study area for both the CATS plan as well as the CIP, the boundaries are shown on this screen, and what they include are the City of Caldwell's city limits, area of impact, and Highway District 4's jurisdictional boundary minus the portion of their jurisdiction north of the Boise River. And so that basically extends to Canada to the east, State Highway 55, kind of where it takes that 90-degree jog to the south on the west, and Ustick Road and Marcian Road to the south. I'd like to emphasize that impact fees collected by the city will only be spent on projects in the CIP within the City of Caldwell. This boundary was just used for the calculation of the resultant impact fees on a system-wide level, and hopefully as I describe this methodology, that point will be made clear as we go through. We determine these boundaries that extend beyond city limits based on conversations with staff and partner agencies because it allows for consistencies with Highway District 4's fee structure. They also plan to adopt the CIP and impact fee program. It captures the city's area of impact and allows for flexibility and captures growth in annexations as it occurs. So next, I want to cover some of the key requirements in the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. It presents requirements for CIP and impact fee programs within the state of Idaho, and we recognize that the methodology that was used to create the CIP and impact fee program is a bit complex, and much of this is to meet specific requirements within Idaho code. This is not a comprehensive list on these slides, but some of the key assumptions that drive project development are on here. And I'll walk through these one by one. So kind of on the left side, you'll see the act requirement, and on the right, you can see how we addressed that requirement in the program. So the first is that impact fees can only fund projects that are identified in the CIP with a maximum of a 20-year time frame. So impact fees in this program are based on impact fee eligible costs of projects in the Caldwell area CIP, and the horizon year we use is 2041, and that's based on the existing conditions analysis that we did, which used traffic data from year 2021. Number two is that projects must address deficiencies triggered by future development, so impact fees cannot be spent on existing deficiencies. So our project identification included both an analysis of existing and future traffic conditions, and only those future deficiencies are impact fee eligible. Number three, projects must address system level rather than project level improvements. And in the Caldwell program, impact fee eligible projects are only on arterial roadways, which focus on serving regional system level traffic. Next, deficiencies must be measured by a predefined performance measure. Projects were identified via a level of service analysis, so using level of service D or better. And basically that just represents the level of vehicle delay on roadways and intersections. It's a similar metric to what's used on most TISs by the City of Caldwell. And then two more act requirements to touch on here. The next one is that a development impact fee shall not exceed its proportionate share of the cost of system improvements needed to address future deficiencies. The impact fees in this program are based on a land use's unique impact to the transportation system. We use a concept of vehicle miles traveled to measure and apply this, and we'll be talking through that methodology further. And then finally, the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee shall serve in advisory capacity throughout this process. The timeline of that involvement is shown on the screen. We had two official meetings, one in June, one in September, then also a couple informational meetings, one in April, and then one yesterday, which didn't make it onto this slide. So shifting gears and looking at what's actually in the CIP and the projects that are identified in the CIP. So those projects are highlighted on this map, and there are 54 in total. These are primarily traffic signals, roundabouts, and roadway widenings. So basically all projects that improve vehicular capacity on a roadway. The total cost of all these projects was just under $340 million, with about 63% of those costs being impact fee eligible, and those are the costs that can be funded via traffic impact fees. The percent of each project cost that is impact fee eligible will vary from project to project. So for example, projects that address existing deficiencies, those projects are 0% impact fee eligible and cannot be funded via impact fees. The CIP also assumes that bicycle and pedestrian costs and the reconstruction of existing travel lanes, so those components of an overall project cost, are not impact fee eligible, and those generally range from 10 to 30% of the cost of each project. And that's really to focus on the impact fees addressing future deficiencies in vehicular capacity, and that really has to do with our interpretation of Idaho code. And then finally, projects that border other jurisdictions, so projects that border Nampa or Ada County, are only 50% impact fee eligible. So now we'll shift gears and discuss how the traffic impact fees are actually calculated and how they relate back to the CIP project list. So we thought a good way to introduce this was to describe and reinforce the purpose of traffic impact fees, which in short is to fund system capacity improvements that are needed due to future development. So these impact fees would only go to the transportation system, as the city already has fees for fire, police, and parks. Fees would only go to projects that maintain, not improve, existing levels of service. And then it's calculated directly based on costs of projects in the CIP. So it was that $211 million impact fee eligible dollars that we saw on that previous slide. And then finally, these are based on the impact of a development's land use is anticipated to have on the transportation system, and how this is specifically determined for each land use is based on a calculation that we'll be walking through in this next slide. So the traffic impact fee schedule, I believe it's on page 31 of the CIP document, has unique fees for over 40 different land uses, ranging from shopping centers to single-family housing to office and industrial uses. Each traffic impact fee is calculated by multiplying the 5 different factors together that are shown on the top of the screen. And then some example calculations for 3 of those different land uses are shown below. So we'll walk through these factors one by one to show how they can result in the resulting impact fee for each land use, but first wanted to highlight a couple reasons why we use this methodology. Number one is that it captures the different impact of a wide variety of land uses. Number two is that it's adaptable, so developers can work with staff if they believe that their development's trip generation characteristics don't align with the characteristics in the schedule. And individual assessment guidelines are provided in the CIP and TIF program. It's relatively simple to update in future iterations, as it leverages regional data from Compass and national data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Then it also meets Idaho code requirements, and it's a proven methodology used by other agencies in the Treasure Valley. So now I'll walk through these factors one by one that go into determining the impact fee for each land use, hopefully to provide some context for why and how these fees can vary so much for different land uses. So the first factor to highlight is on the left, and that's the peak hour trip generation rate. And that number represents the peak hour trips generated per unit of land use. So really how many trips are anticipated to go to and from a land use during the PM peak hour. The rate and unit of land use are provided by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE's Trip Generation Manual, based on nationwide data collection, and that's really the industry standard for estimating trip generation, and Caldwell already uses this for estimating trips in other traffic impact studies. And you can see that this differs substantially for the different land use examples shown on this screen. The second factor is the network adjustment factor, and this is basically just the percent of trips that are on City of Caldwell's roadway network versus ITD facilities within the study area. And all this does is reduces the impact fees to account for the impact on the state facilities that are not considered impact fee eligible. And this is measured just system-wide through Compass's regional travel demand model and does not differ for any of the land uses. The next number is the new trip factor, and this number really just represents the percent of new trips generated by a land use. So some land uses attract a significant amount of repeat trips, also known as pass-by trips. So at many commercial uses, a shopping center is an example. Folks might stop at a shopping center on their route between the office and home. It may impact access points to that specific shopping center and development, but it's not considered to be a new trip on a system. A gas station is another example of a land use that typically has a lot of pass-by trips because people have a lot of options and typically won't drive too far out of the way on the system. So this factor will reduce the impact fees for land uses that have a high amount of pass-by or repeat trips. And its data source is also the ITE trip generation manual, and it's also the industry standard that's used in TISs. The next factor is the average trip length. This just represents the average trip length for each land use type and captures the impact a development of a system or a development might have on the system beyond just the trip generation rate. For this number, we started with a base of 9.6 miles, which is obtained from Compass's travel demand model, and then factored down by 25, 50, or 75% increments to capture typical lower trip lengths from commercial uses. And then the last factor here is the VMT cost. VMT stands for vehicle miles traveled. And this is really the number where we circle back and connect the impact fees to the CIP projects and their impact fee eligible costs. So it's a bit of a tricky number to conceptualize, but really what it does is it represents the proportional impact that a unit of development has on the transportation system. So you'll see it on there's a numerator denominator, so kind of two different factors that make up this cost. On the numerator is the total TIF eligible costs. We saw this number earlier. It's about 211 million. And then on the denominator is the total system-wide change in vehicle miles traveled from 2021 to 2041. This is also obtained from the Compass model. And this represents the growth in an increase in traffic from development over a 20-year period. This uses the same growth assumptions that were used to identify the future year deficiencies and the CIP project list, and it proportionally connects units of growth with the future deficiencies analysis and associated project costs. So that's the last factor, and really what you see is those four factors on the left side of the screen calculate the resulting trip length, miles, that's multiplied by the VMT cost, and that's how you end up with the traffic impact fee per different units of land use. Just kind of looking at the examples here, you'll see that shopping center has the highest resulting traffic impact fee per unit. And just kind of taking a look at the factors, you'll see that in terms of average trip length, the new trip factor, it's actually lower than the other land uses. So it's really that peak hour trip gen rate that drives that resulting impact fee. So really the goal of this slide was just hopefully to help this group understand some of the different factors and how they affect the resulting impact fees for each land use and why those might differ so substantially in that big table you see in the CIP. So that was the last slide I had for you. So in terms of next steps, impact fees are typically collected during the building permit approval process and would essentially begin after City Council adoption. The other important note that I would like to make is that this program is required through Idaho code to be updated every 5 years. So these would essentially stay the same until they're updated again and kind of go through this same process. If they're not updated after this 5 years, the city would not be able to collect fees. So, and that's all I have, and happy to stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We've got a few already. Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, on your previous slide where it had the per unit costs, on the multifamily per unit, the 2,293, is that if you have a fourplex, excuse me, is it 4 times the 2,293 or 2,293 is the total?
It's 4 times the 2,293.
Okay. And then the previous slide before that, 2 slides before that, you had the 63% value on there where it was total, yeah, there. Now it's 63%. Now the city has to pick up the rest of that? Is that what that means?
That's correct.
Okay. And reason why they don't do 100% is?
So that's to meet requirements in the Idaho code. So essentially when you look at that 37%, those are, some of these projects address existing deficiencies. You can't use impact fees to build projects that address existing deficiencies. So those are just 0%.
So the law, the 63% is the maximum that the law will allow in impact fees on traffic then, is that right?
That's correct based on our interpretation of Idaho code.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Doty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more just comments, and I'm sure more will come up, but with this becomes the conversation of obtainable housing. I've been to 2 or 3 meetings. I was at the one yesterday, and it came up there too, and I just want to reiterate what Councilor Stoddick said. This will definitely help pay for the roads and the infrastructure within town. It will get passed on to the homeowner. We are not to be fooled by the developer's going to eat these fees that'll be passed to the homeowner. However, I'm going to throw Ray Lynn under the bus because there are some things we can do to help with obtainable housing, and I would, you use the words more eloquently than I probably could today, so would you mind saying what you said yesterday?
I think there's different options with attainable housing, looking at, CDBG funds, we have that block grant, looking at helping with down payment assistance, helping with land purchases. So there's a lot of different options, and I think as we plan for CDBG, and Robin could talk to this as well, but as I spoke to the impact committee, I did explain, like, there's a lot of options that the city can look into prioritizing low-income housing that, yes, impact fees will be part of this, but also there is a place for those low-income housing opportunities as well. So they wouldn't go away just because we approve impact fees, because I think there's just other options out there too, so.
Okay. Forget any other, oh yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here. I don't know if this question can be answered by you, or if Rob, you'll need to jump in. Highway District 4 took a position recently that removed some of their funding from us, if I'm not mistaken. Am I even close on that understanding?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, I can speak to that a little bit, and then Ray Lynn can correct me when I misspeak. Highway District 4 has 2 different levies. They have a special levy, and then they have a general levy. One of those contributes funds to the city, as I understand it. And from what I understand, what the Highway District did was they adjusted their levies and increased one so that the levy that contributes back to them was increased higher, and then the one that contributes to the city was increased lower. And I'm not sure that may be a oversimplification, but there are, we've had some discussions with them, and from what our analysis can determine is that there's nothing illegal about what they're doing, but I don't know, I don't know the details, so that's probably all I should say on that.
I appreciate the simplicity. It serves me well, but part of our need now is created by another taxing entity moving funds around so that we're not getting as much as we used to. Is that fair to say? Okay, so that's a concern to me. Did you want to help me understand that better, Raylyn?
So Rob is correct in saying that the levies for property tax did change, where the city does not receive the funds from the levy for the Highway District 4. They receive all of those funds, which reduced our budget in the street department by about $550,000.
And yet, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, that's the impact.
And yet, part of our traffic impact fee will go back to them, as is what, statute?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams, the traffic impact fees that are collected within the city of Caldwell will stay within the city of Caldwell. We will not be contributing those back to them. The traffic impact fees that are collected in the county will go to the Highway District. And then in the cases where we have projects that are on the borderline, we would work together with them to try to organize how to pay for those jointly.
Thank you. A couple more questions, Mr. Mayor. We've said we're late to the party, or I think you might have said we're the only ones in the whole world that don't charge traffic impact fees. That's an exaggeration probably.
Okay, I was going to correct you on that.
Could you compare these rates, 47 cents, 26 cents, and $1.70 to other municipalities around us?
Yes, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Are you pretty familiar with the other? Okay.
Councilor Williams, I can provide just a brief overview. Let me go to that slide. So I guess maybe start with ACHD as well as the city of Middleton. City of Middleton has a service area also with HD4, kind of north of the river. They follow a very similar methodology to what was used here, so that's a pretty good apples-to-apples comparison. When you look at the single-family housing, in city of Middleton, it's around 5,000, so this is about 15% lower. ACHD has about 3,500 right now as their single-family housing. I know they're both undergoing updates to their impact fee program now, so that's subject to change in this next year, but that's where they stand. City of Nampa is also around 3,500 for single-family housing, but they use a significantly different methodology where they lump together all of the related uses, so they essentially have one residential fee, one commercial fee, one industrial fee. That's kind of an apples to oranges comparison, and you'll see some fees that are lower with what you see here in the CIP, and then some that are higher. So I think overall it's kind of middle of the pack compared to other agencies in the Treasure Valley.
Thank you, that helps me. I'm still struggling with this quite a bit because essentially we can call it a fee, but in my mind it's still a tax. We're still requiring something of an entity to build here. If my math is right on that case we just heard, 1,039 doors at $4,226 per unit would be $4,390,000 plus that we would require of that developer.
Yes, that's correct. It's within that ballpark, and I think the one other consideration is that they were constructing an intersection that was in the CIP, 10th and Homedale. We have a value of about $2.5 million on that improvement, and they would get credits for that, and then any other projects that they build that are already in the CIP.
So again, just helping me because I need simplicity. And again, maybe Rob or maybe even Robin could help me as we put all this together. $2.5 million for the traffic control device. Are we then essentially adding another $2 million to what they would have paid, or are there other costs that were part of their agreement had we passed that would have mitigated some of this? Trying to wrap my head around what are we doing to this particular development? And then I got one more follow-up if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor and Councilman Williams. So the impact fee would have been applicable, well, theoretically, an impact fee, if this was applicable to that development, they would be paying a fee per dwelling unit. Any improvements they do that are on the CIP, they could build that improvement, they're building that improvement, and then they would get discounted that amount that they would have paid for their permits. But if the CIP project, like the traffic signal, was only $2.5 million and they owed $4 million, then they would still be paying $1.5 million after that, so that they're paying that full impact fee value amount. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. So I think I'm understanding correctly. Now let me go a different direction, and I'm glad Steve's here because maybe I'll throw him into the mix here. Just for my understanding, this number for shopping center, $5,400 per 1,000 square foot. Do you have any idea how big our Home Depot is going to be built at, Steve? 100,000 square feet, which is what I was guessing. So Home Depot then would be on the hook for $500,000 in impact fees. Is my math right there? I'm not good at math. So
Rob should be, he's an engineer.
because it's per 1,000 square feet, and if there's 100,000, that's 100 times.
Yeah, I guess the point is that, it's a big number, and this is all, it's based off of the trip generation that those big developments produce, right?
And I don't argue that,
So,
but I guess I'm trying to wrap my mind around something that I see as such an economic contribution to us already, going to bring us the much-needed sales tax, because right now, every time any of us want to go to Home Depot or Lowe's, we got to go to Nampa, so we're paying for their police department with our sales tax. God bless them. But now Home Depot's coming here, we thank them, we need them, we want them, and oh, by the way, in addition to the value that you're bringing us, we want an additional $500,000. And so I'm just trying to do the math and struggling a little bit with this added tax that we're considering here tonight. And I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm really, truly trying to understand what this decision is before me tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that they would have paid, or they paid a traffic mitigation fee, Home Depot did. Not this amount, but there still would have been
Yeah.
several $100,000.
Yeah, I don't know. It would have been based off their trip generation, but yeah, it would have been much less. But they would have definitely owed something through mitigation.
So, Councilor Register?
Just to sort of ask a question on top of what Councilor Williams asked. You said that Caldwell was one of the last holdouts of having these fees. And so if Home Depot went to Nampa, they would pay that fee, essentially, right?
Yeah, Nampa
So-
has an impact fee that they would have paid.
So by instituting the fees, we are not discouraging, or we're not, like the only people that have the fee, and we're pushing them out to Nampa because they don't have a fee. We don't have the fee. Everybody else in the area has the fee. So they're paying it anyway, wherever they go.
Correct.
I'm not overly concerned about Home Depot having to pay a fee or a business like that. Of course, we hate putting anything back on, the people who are gonna be buying the houses, but like Counselor Stodic said, at this point, if we don't do it, then we're putting it on the back of the taxpayers that already live here. And growth needs to pay for growth, so, thank you.
Okay, any other, okay, I don't see anything, other green lights, so, thank you very much, Mark, really appreciate you being here in your presentation. Thank you. So, we do have one person signed up, and they have signed up in neutral, and that is Scott Tillman. So if you could come forward and state your name and address for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes.
Scott Tillmont, 4520 Equinox Avenue, Caldwell, Idaho. Mr. Mayor, Council, want to say up front, I am a member of the committee, so put that out there. I'd like to personally thank Ray Lynn for sending me the information on all of this that we were doing probably about a week and a half before we had our meeting. Took me about that long to get through it all. Luckily, I actually understand most of this. So, hear me out for a second. We're making a big jump. We're going from traffic mitigation to impact fees. It's more of an average, and yes, it is a huge jump. If we're gonna hit our developers and our homeowners and our house prices, in order to do this, which it will hit us, we need to do it once and get on with it. Now, Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in our meeting, he stated that we are using 2003 numbers. Or 23, not 2003.
I would actually like to correct that. I did misspeak. So we actually use an inflation factor. So this is intended to represent the average construction cost between 2025, 2030. So we grew this up to 2027.
An average.
2028,
Right.
correct.
Just all I wanted to point out was, and why I'm in neutral, I actually believe we should be using impact fees and not mitigation. It's easier on everybody. They know what the number is gonna be. We have a minimum by statute of 5 years to revisit this. We may wanna look at this in possibly 2 years and pick up anything we missed and make sure that we're not getting behind with inflation, so that we're not ending up in 5 years with another big hit on homeowners, trying to get it back up to where it needs to be, similar to what we were talking about with water, right? We don't want our fees dropping so far behind that we have to take these big hits. So as an advice, all I'm giving is, and I completely agree with Rob or Mr. Pilot, that we do have to be careful, especially on the commercial side, of not pricing some of the smaller people out of the market. But I believe once we institute this, everybody will know what the numbers are going into it. The Home Depots, all the way down to the small business, and our homeowners will take the one-time hit. But we do maybe want to look at revisiting this minimum of maybe 2 years from now, and make sure that we're not off on inflation. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, excellent.
Perfect.
Thank you so
Thank
much. Appreciate that. Okay, that's all that, as mentioned, is signed up to testify on this item, so stand for a motion to close public testimony. In a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. That was a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stoddick. So that moves us into, if I'm not mistaken, the item number 6 for the bill and ordinance regarding these proposed changes. Do we have any discussion or any motions regarding that bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty?
we're on number 5, correct? 6. See, good thing I asked. It seems like we're still on 5, but we'll go to 6. I'll make a motion to approve the passage of bill number 81, ordinance number 3642, with a request to move for its passage by title only and approve this summary for publication.
Good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion for passage from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Register. Any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Williams.
I have another question, if I could, before we vote on this.
Yeah.
There's still a question that was asked about those trip counts and how we factor that in here, and I think a specific illustration was used with regard to that Rice House property, and is that something that we want to consider, or are we just going to pass this as is and let that coffee shop pay over $20,000 just to open a little coffee shop if it's some young entrepreneur that's just trying to get his legs under him and pour coffee for the community over there on Chicago and Kimball? I don't know. I'm just struggling with this. I'm typically low taxes in my philosophy, and yet we've got to keep up with infrastructure. And I think of Homedale again. Sorry, Rob. Homedale from Lake to Cleveland, and it's just a disaster. But I don't even think impact fees would cover that because it's an improvement of an existing roadway. There's just so much to do and so much to keep up with. I don't know how we catch up, but this is a big chunk.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
I just want to clarify, we got to be careful when we use taxes and fees, because though the statement that's being made about, 20,000 to a coffee shop, it's by choice. So now the debate can be made if that's obtainable or not by that person opening the coffee shop, but it's not required by law if they don't build their coffee shop. So
Fair enough.
I just want to make that clear. It's a fee, it's not a tax, so, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other debate or discussion? It's one of those. Yep.
It's one of those same things, Mr. Mayor. Which way do you go?
Yep. No, very true. Okay, with that, then we do have the motion that's out there. So with that, voting would be open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes with 5 in favor and 1 in opposition. Is that correct, Councilor Stoddick? No. Oh, okay, so I just wanted to check on it. So, okay, so that is, we'll make that, we'll make that, yes, so, so that motion did pass unanimously. Too late. Okay, so that moves us into, so in regards to item number 7, I believe, Mark, you're going to address that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. I think I have some good news that will move us along in our meeting. This is, as you know, an appeal from a denial of a license to operate a private patrolman business. And the process they go through is there's an application made at City Hall that's routed to the police department. They do a background check. Something came up on Mr. Carter's background that was of concern to the police department. They reported that. Ultimately, then the permit was denied. What we were going to hear here tonight is an appeal of that, where you would have to consider whether or not the statutory criteria were met or not met based on that criminal history. Chief Ingram here beside me came up at some point earlier in the meeting and said he had been talking with Mr. Carter back there, and based on that conversation really felt like he wanted to sort of withdraw this objection and go ahead and issue the patrolman permit and let the business go forward. He thinks that they can build a relationship, and maybe the concerns that were prompted by that criminal history can be assuaged over the course of the next year. What I would say to council is there's a 3-year look back in your statute. I think the conviction or plea was last fall. So this will still be relevant when there's a new application in the fall. But at least for this year, I think the desire, and I'll let the chief speak for himself, is to see if this can be a workable arrangement in the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Healthy. Mr. Mayor, Council, and that's exactly correct. I think he said it way more eloquent than I can ever say it. But in essence, I spoke with Mr. Carter outside during one of the breaks, and his criminal case was initially charged as a ag-bat felony, and it was pled out to a misdemeanor. And specifically, the statute talks about moral turpitude, and the crime that he was convicted of and took the deal for has nothing to do with that. So at this point, the best interest for the city is to allow Mr. Carter to operate in the city of Caldwell.
Very good. So would we just be withdrawing this, and then that is going to be
So
reapplied and approved? it sounds like?
procedurally, Mayor, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Our city code at section 1511 subsection 4 says, unless precluded by law, informal disposition may be made of any contested case, which is what this is, by stipulation, agreed settlement, consent, order, or default. And so I think basically staff's telling you we're going to go a different direction.
Okay.
And so the permit, the license will be issued.
Very good.
So I think no action required by council.
Okay, sounds good. Then we'll move on to number 8. So that number 8 is a resolution authorizing the execution of a real estate lease purchase for .44 acres at 300 Frontage Road. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening, good night, I should say. We're passing the 10 o'clock hour here, but real quickly, I wanted to bring a property to your attention, and this is one that we've been discussing here in the city, at least at the staff level, for a number of years. In fact, I remember discussing this matter with our previous planning and zoning director, Jerome Mapp, back in 2020. There's an initial desire, and this is a .44 acre property in the city. It's located right off of I-84 and Frontage Road. And this is one that's important for the city of Caldwell because right now, Lions Park is just disjointed by this property. There's about an acre to the west that's owned by the city of Caldwell that is considered Lions Park. And then there's a parcel to the east that's about an acre and a half that, again, is considered Lions Park. And then you have this parcel right in the middle there. It's my understanding that this was previously owned by the city of Caldwell decades ago. In fact, the chamber, I believe, inhabited that building at one point. So this is something that I believe aligns with long-term plans for the city and our growth trajectory in this particular area of town. We do have support from the Lions Club. Mr. David Moore is here in attendance, and I appreciate his willingness to be here. Of course, he is on the Urban Renewal Board as well, as serving as a commissioner. This is an area that we've looked at as a target for improvements and for growth and those matters, so I appreciate his attendance as well. So I've been working with the property owner throughout this past year, so 2023. Property owner is here as well. His name is Verjon. Over that time, Verjon expressed interest in building a mechanical body shop, and then he talked about doing a flex shop that maybe he would lease out to other tenants that could come in. Essentially, it would be speculative space. But his primary goal has ultimately always been to own and operate a car dealership, which is not a permitted use at this particular location. So when evaluating comparable properties, Verjon had approached me. Initially, his price was somewhere in the mid-4s, and that was the lowest price he could accept at the time. As we continue to discuss the costs and the pricing, or what he would consider for a potential purchase, so that we could conjoin the property and make it whole and consolidate it, so that we can, as we make improvements at Lions Park, we wouldn't have this parcel right in the middle. We talked a little bit about what could be acceptable. I know the city had negotiated a price somewhere in the low 3s. That was not accepted by the property owner at the time. Via email, Verjon, the property owner, reached out to me on December 18th, 2024, and he communicated to me that he would accept $380,000 for the property, and that's about $19.82 a square foot. Again, the property is .44 acres. It's about 19,166.4 square feet. He stated that this price would allow him to buy another property that was within the city of Caldwell that's more appropriately zoned for that car dealership use. So I want to add a couple more points, and then I would love to have your direction as a council as to how to move forward with this. So again, this would add to Lions Park, and ultimately this land acquisition could be purchased with park impact fees. and Ray Lynn's here, and I saw her nod, so she's agreeable to that. It addresses growth, and it helps consolidate a park that we currently own and operate as a city. It also improves a site that's located right off I-84. Also, this makes improvements to an area that could certainly use the support. This is our North End Revitalization District. This was a declaration by the City Council on December 15th, 2014, Resolution 18914. And this is something that has been identified for some time in the North End as an area for improvements that we need to look at as a community. Ultimately, this goes from 16th Avenue to Boise Avenue to the west, and then north and south frontage to Belmont. And this area was designated as insanitary and unsafe dwelling accommodations, or at least there are some insanitary and unsafe dwelling accommodations in the area. It requires the Caldwell Housing Authority to strategically intervene in some instances. So that's essentially what the declaration propagated at the time. So as I scroll down here, Elijah, and thank you for pulling this up, I just want to show this aerial shot of the property, and it shows, again, the property right in the middle of Lions Park there. So ultimately, Mayor and Council, I'm looking for your direction on this. Want to see if we can put this thing to rest, give us some closure for both the city and the property owner on this matter. Ultimately, want to see if you want to move forward with a land acquisition, land purchase, or if we need to go back and further negotiate. Just want to seek your direction at this time.
Good. Councilor Denver and Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Stephen, I think I know the answer to this question, so it may be gratuitous in some fashion, but didn't the city own that lot?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Denver, many years ago.
And how much did we sell it for many, many years ago?
Oh, sure.
So the history is a little bit more nuanced. The city owned the underlying ground, but it never owned the building. And so even before my time, so back in the 80s, there was a lot made available by the city for the benefit of the Chamber of Commerce, and they went out there and built the building. And at that time, the city owned the underlying ground, leased it to the Chamber for nothing, and they operated there. The Chamber then changed its mind. They moved back downtown, and that created a problem because there was a long-term lease for $5 a year. The Chamber was looking to sell or lease its building to recoup its investment, and that created a difficult situation where the city was less willing to provide a gratis lease to some private entity. So eventually, through that process, the city sold the underlying dirt, and the building was sold by the Chamber to unite that property. So it does sound like we got rid of it and now we need it back, but it wasn't quite like that. There was some more nuance to it. As I recall, the underlying property was sold for relatively little, but I also recall it was in 2010 or 11 when prices were pretty deflated.
Mr. Jenkins, would our intent be to keep that property? And thank you for that explanation, Mark, I appreciate that. To keep the building on there, or is the intent to raise it and have a contiguous piece of bare ground there?
Yeah, Councilor Denver, the building is in relatively poor condition. I mean, the roof needs replacing, and there are some other factors that require some additional improvements to the space. In fact, Verjean, the owner there, mentioned to me that he was hoping to paint the building and do some minor improvements and wanted to hold off to have this discussion fleshed out first. But ultimately, I would foresee that as ultimately scraping the building and then doing improvements to the park as a whole. Doing a little more to, we already have some plans for enhancements there, but kind of comprehensively planning that further as time progresses in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Doty?
I have a couple questions, and I'd like to hear from Dave Moore, too, if he's willing to come up and speak. But I had it written here on my paper, 19-something square foot. Did we do an analysis to see if we're using the taxpayers' money wisely, or is that overpaying for the property?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Doty, great question. We have analyzed this property thoroughly. In fact, we've taken brokers' quotes, and in fact, we work with one specific broker on this property, and that is high. I'm not going to lie to you. Ultimately, we've looked at comparable sites across the valley, and that is on the higher end. However, it's very important because it certainly splits the Lions Park there, and this is an area that certainly can use the improvement. So we're evaluating it both from a philosophical and tangible perspective as it relates to the market.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
And I understand that point of it, but in order to get it to where we want it to look like, it's also gonna cost even more money, right? Either we tear it down or we build it up. Now, where do we get that money from? And so, that's my point, is the proposal here is to overpay for the property, and then what are we gonna do with it after that, into the hundreds of thousands of dollars to figure out what we're gonna do with it? And that's my dilemma here today, is not that it couldn't be beautiful coming into Caldwell, it doesn't end with just this purchase, which is an overpayment for the property to begin with. You didn't mention how much it's being overpaid. Do you have a figure on how much a square foot it is being overpaid?
Councilor Doty, I can tell you that we previously offered about $320,000 for the property. Of course, the property now is about $380,000. So somewhere in between that mark, I would say is probably where we want to be. Ultimately, looking at it and speaking with the property owner, he's got to turn this around and buy another property and use it for his operations, right? So he's looking at it from that perspective. So he's tried to be workable with us. But again, I'm seeking the direction of the council to see how we can move forward. And if we need to go back and negotiate further, I'm happy to do that.
I don't blame the property owner at all for what he's doing. I just want him to know that, and sitting out in the crowd, it doesn't end here with this purchase, though. So if it's a commitment here, then it's a future commitment for however many hundreds of thousands of dollars as it is to do whatever the council decides to do at that point. So I just want to make that very clear, and as maybe once stated already tonight, these decisions aren't easy. It is nice to have a nice entrance coming into your city, for sure. It just doesn't end here with the overpayment of the property. Mr. Mayor, we maybe hear from Mr. Moore if he's willing to come forward.
David, do you mind coming up?
Sorry, Councilor Williams, I didn't see your line.
We'll get him right after, so.
David Moore, 711 East Denver, Caldwell. What can I say?
I guess Steve had mentioned that you were in support of this. We know you're lying, and just whatever your opinions or thoughts are that you think we should consider when making this decision.
Lions is in favor of expanding anything we can down there with that park. I don't know of any expansion plans for that particular lot with Lions Park. I haven't seen anything like that. I've heard discussion a little bit about it, but I have not heard anything like that. But I do know the Lions are not in favor of paying double what something's worth. Okay, so in my estimate, that ground's probably worth $9 or $10 a square foot. Maybe at some point, someday, in I don't know whose lifetime, it'll be worth $19, $20 a square foot. But I know we're not in favor of paying double and setting a precedence of buying properties and paying double what they're worth. Does that answer that question?
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
Yeah, I think that's it. So.
That's it? Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose that almost made the point for me. $20 a square foot just seems like we're saying how sorry we are that we want this property and we'll pay you whatever you ask. And again, I don't blame the property owner. I'd ask for as much as I could get too, but I didn't buy that property. That's a tough property. I remember looking at that property years ago, trying to envision doing something with it. And part of my struggle was you own the building but not the land. That was the deal at the time. This is a tough property, but I still don't think we should be overpaying that much for this property. And because of that, I can't approve this.
Councilor Allgood?
Quick question for Mr. Moore. I'm going to make the same point as the previous counselors, but I'm not Mr. Moore, I apologize, Mr. Jenkins. So when we were discussing the hotel, you were using a price per square foot of $17 a square foot for the most prime real estate in Caldwell. This piece of property is far from that. And we're talking $19.82 a square foot. So I'm just making the point that the price is way too high. So anyway, that's all. That's the only place I was going is you know, again, as Councilor Doty said, after we pay the overprice, we still have to remediate the building that's on there. So anyway, thank you, Mr.
Thank you. That's helpful feedback.
Okay. Any other council register?
Mr. Mayor, I move to deny the resolution authorizing the execution of a real estate lease purchase with version. I'm not gonna, I don't wanna hurt it.
Yeah, I think we know.
Okay,
So, yes.
for property known as 300 Frontage Road.
Okay, so that's a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Allgood for denial of the resolution. And now, is any? Green means no. So, okay, any other discussion? Okay, with that, the voting, do we have this one on there? The voting is open. And again, yes, the motion is for denial, so a yes vote means no, basically. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. So it sounds like perhaps if a renegotiated amount was there, that maybe could be just interested with the council.
Thank you for your work, though, Steve.
Yeah. Okay, so that moves us on to number 9, is consider bill number 90, ordinance 3651, and bill 91, ordinance 3652 for annexation to the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. Do we have a sponsor of these bills and ordinances?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor Bill 90, ordinance number 3651, and Bill number 91, ordinance number 3652, and move for their approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Register. Any discussion? Okay, with that, the voting is open at this time. There we go. Now it's open. And there it is. All votes are cast. So voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. So on to item number 10 under new business. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of a development agreement between Silverhawk Aviation and the city of Caldwell. Scott, is this you or?
Yes.
Been waiting all night to get up here and do this.
Right, yeah, it's gonna work out great, yeah. I'm trying to remember, it's 2 hours past my bedtime, so we'll be fine. All right, Scott Swanson, City of Caldwell, the Director of Aviation. So I did have the development agreement put in for passage tonight. However, looking through it, there's a lot of things that were put in the wrong areas of the agreement itself, as far as numbering and some other things that Word likes to do to you when you're not really paying attention on a 30-page document or after multiple times. However, all I'm asking is that if the council can take a motion to table this to the next meeting, and then I will have a document that's put together in its entirety and complete, and then we can get it done on one shot at that point on, I believe, February 3rd.
Okay, very good. So requesting a motion to continue this to a date certain of February 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
So motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. Now on to 11's gone. You're welcome. So on to the finance report. Who's doing that one? Councilor Stoddard.
Okay, I move that accounts payable amount of $2,931,889.51, represented by check numbers 183206 through 183511, and payroll for the amount of $806,107.62, represented by checks number 39798 through 39809, and direct deposit be accepted, paid as approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Perfect. In a second? Motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Doty for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. So that moves us into council comments. Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, just confirming, are we going to be moving into an executive session tonight or not?
So we will not be actually, so I apologize, I'm going to
Okay.
try to catch you before. So I talked with our city attorney and it actually does not qualify for that. So,
Okay.
So we will not be going into that tonight.
Somewhere in the future, in a
Yep,
public
so-
setting, we'll talk about it?
Yep, correct.
Okay, sounds good. So I guess my comments are, it's a couple hours past my bedtime as well, so that's all I have.
Very good. Councilor Stoddard?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilor Register? Nothing. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, but on my new assignment in the Parks and Rec Commission, it was kind of exciting to be there to see the renderings of those playgrounds that we approved in our budget that are coming into Luby Park and Memorial Park. And they were gonna work on those and come up with a recommendation, but they're gonna look sharp. I think you're gonna be happy with what we're getting for $1 out there, and they were asking some good questions, and just nice people, volunteers, doing a job for the city, and it was kind of interesting to be involved in something different and see something different, so that was good. And then just a note, I'm sure our community knows, but our condolences again to the Pilot family and the passing of Betty, a significant contribution to the city of Caldwell, a woman who has left her mark, truly a legacy of Caldwell, and she just deserves to be noted and recognized, and I suppose posthumously appreciated for her contribution to the city of Caldwell.
Thank you so much, Councilor Allgood. And Councilor Dittenber.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll try to be quick with this because there's not much to say about it, but every once in a while, every couple of months, we have a survey. Somebody does a survey. The Park Department does a survey, or Planning and Zoning does a survey, or Parking does a survey, and I was just wondering whether or not, in the interest of full transparency, under the Transparency tab on the city's website, if we can't post all the surveys out there, or we can look and see every survey that's been taken by the city, it would be helpful.
Yeah, so I imagine we could do that working with our city clerk and those departments putting those out for sure. So, okay, so actually we'll start with a quick update report. Mr. McDonald, unless you're gonna make Ashley do it. We should make him do it, right? Yep, Ashley says yes, so Mr. McDonald. So this is a update report on the 21st Avenue Sewer Lift Station project. As you all know, that one that's been lingering for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I will keep this very brief. The 21st Avenue Sewer Bypass Project is the major 24-inch sewer line that we have going from downtown up to the lift station. That is at 21st Avenue and Stock Trail. The whole point of the project is to have a line deep enough so that we can take that major lift station offline and gravity flow everything down to the sewer lift station, or to the sewer treatment plant. By doing that, it alleviates ongoing maintenance and costs for the city forever, basically, by having that all gravity flow. As you know, the project was halfway built, roughly. About 2 years ago, the contractor left the site and left us in kind of a difficult situation. We, staff, and with the attorney's office have been working with the surety company to try to get compensated for the remainder of the project. And we have been going through a series of negotiations, not necessarily negotiating the number at this point, but just trying to figure out what the remainder of the project is going to look like, what the cost estimates are. We are at the point now where we do have some cost estimates. They put together their cost estimate, we put together our cost estimate, and at this point it'll be a process of coming together and agreeing on what the actual cost is going to be, and maybe that's not figured out until the project actually bids out. In order to make this alternate alignment work, we have to get easements across 7 properties. 5 of those were on the consent agenda tonight, and so we're making good headway there with our consultant who's out seeking those easements. Once we get the remaining 2, then it is our intent to get the design completed and just put it straight out to bid. In my opinion, it's a project that the city needs to push forward on. Even if we don't have everything with the surety company figured out from a financial standpoint, we need to get that project done because our lift station's not in great condition out there at 21st Avenue. And by moving forward, we can move on parallel paths where we can get the project at least under construction and then be working on a separate path from a legal standpoint on getting reimbursement. That is a quick update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good, appreciate that. I know, because Rob mentioned there's a number of those on the consent, so I figured it'd be a good time to get a quick update on that. Councilor Allgood?
Yeah, just real quickly for my own edification, what neighborhoods or parts of Caldwell does this particular trunk line serve?
That is a very good question. So Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood, the trunk line serves everything that is currently being served by the 21st Avenue lift station, which includes everything down the boulevard all the way down past Lake Avenue. It's a fairly large area. So we're going down basically everything to the east, southeast of town, all feeds back to this lift station, and then there's some flow coming off 21st Avenue from up on the hill and coming down that way and crossing the river. And so it's a fairly large sewer shed. And because of the condition, like I said, of the lift station, we really want to try to keep this project,
High priority,
yeah, moving forward.
yeah.
Councilor Denber, did you have a question as well?
Rob, I do have a question. It's not regarding the sewer line, but I just wanted to mention that also on the consent agenda was a contract for the concrete placing company to repair the 21st Street Bridge. That is, what's that?
10th Avenue.
10th Street Bridge, is that correct? And while you're thinking about your answer to that, there's a lot of good things that the city's doing, and there's a lot of progress that we're making, and I appreciate the city, its staff, and all that they do to take care of our city, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Dittenberg. That is correct. We have a contractor. Some of you may remember this, we put this out to bid last year. No contractors bid on the project. And then just more recently, ITD inspected the bridge and found that one bearing plate in poor condition, which forced us to do the lane closure. In all honesty, this would have been done 2 months ago if it wasn't so difficult to get a permit from Union Pacific. We have finally gotten to the point, I think today, the contractor was finally permitted to start with a bearing tower that they're putting under the bridge to take the weight off of that bearing plate. And then they will be sliding a new bearing. They'll pull the old one out and put a new one in, and then they'll be able to take the tower down. So there's been a lot of waiting on our part, and our contractor's been extremely frustrated with the process to get through Union Pacific on this. Even though it's, considering it even emergency, it still takes several months.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just one clarifying,
Yeah.
I know we're all wanting to get out of here. Can you explain just quickly what our portion is, and isn't ITD also kicking in money to have the bridge repaired as well, or is the city only paying for it? Just so it's clear out there to the land.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Doty, the bridge project is actually being covered through LTAC. So Bruce Mills has done an excellent job reaching out to LTAC. They have bridge programs, bridge maintenance programs, and he was able to get, I don't know the exact numbers, but I know there's two portions. There's one for this emergency repair, and then there's some other areas under the bridge that have some spalling, some less critical areas. And it's my understanding that they have agreed to pay 100% of that. LTAC, yeah, it's basically state funding. And that's a big deal because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, very good. So yeah, just I was going to echo the comments, sentiments of Councilor Williams regarding Betty Pilot. She a big force in this community, done some amazing things. She served on the Planning and Zoning Commission at one point as well, volunteered on that. And as we all know, her son Rob is the chair of the Impact Fee Committee. He's done a lot of things there. And then also the youngest son, Josh, and I went to school together back in high school. So he sang with my sister. He's very musically talented. And so, yes, it was a sad and sudden passing of Betty, but appreciate all that she has done and what her family continues to do for our great city. So that is really all. It is, as mentioned, very late. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments, and we'll